of all, I want to make an observation to the mover of the motion. It could be recalled that this House, we really look at the report of FPAC Committee on COVID-19, the first phase. Now, we have the second phase in the report. So I'm recommending to the House, we try to dissect or remove the COVID report. Since we have resolutions that should accompany the report, we treat them with first and second phase of the report. Now, the other parts on the NDMAs and the councils, we can separate them, we can treat them separately with our recommendations. I believe if the mover comes, he can move a motion, we look at that. Honorable Speaker, the report revealed that there is high rate of mismanagement, corruption, abuse of offices in our country. And I believe if I want to go page by page or institution by institution, I might not do justice to my other colleagues. But in summary, the reports doesn't also come with strong recommendations, but which I believe us at the end of the day, our resolutions are going to be very strong, to be time-bound, to make sure that action is taken. We have seen institutions that rob taxpayers' money, broad daylight, and they cannot go free. They either pay it as other people are paying somewhere, or something is done. So in the resolution, I want to recommend to the House, the IGP need to be part of the resolution to act now, to issue arrest warrants, and let the perpetrators face justice. Let them come before justice. Honorable Speaker, it could be recalled that in the former government of His Excellency Yahya Jammeh, this FPAC committee, once a report is laid down in this House, people were arrested, action was taken. They either pay taxpayers money or they go and enjoy in my job. So I think, as responsible people also, I'm not saying we arrest people unnecessarily, but we need to save our country from rampant corruption. It's naked. The reports have shown it. How can you imagine? Office of the President. Do you understand? How can you imagine what is happening in our councils? The councils that we expect them to be doing development. The councils that we expect that the taxpayers' money will be secure. So no institution is safe from corruption. We have seen to read that how many timber, containers of timber, the report has shown. And the money is paid to Senegal. We need to question that. Why? Why Gambia government is paying to Senegal? We need to know that. What is happening? Is there a secret memorandum of understanding that we don't know, that our money is paid to Senegal, or is Senegal part of the timber deal? That's their share. The report should tell us. And we expect FPAC committee to go further and tell us why the payment. Because it's only stated that the payment was done to various accounts. But why the payment? What necessitated the payment? Honorable Speaker, looking at the compliance of GPPA and even the Constitution and the Financial Act, we've seen institutions violating the Constitution and Finance Act, and they go free. So we want FPAC to make a strong recommendation about those institutions that they dialogue with, so that we make a stop to this. We cannot be talking to the gallery, or we cannot be talking to ourselves. Action is not done. Who is going to take us as serious people now? We believe that National Audit did what they're supposed to do. Now it's our part, but we cannot expect Accountant General to go and do another research or another investigation. That's not fair. The body that is responsible to make sure that audits are done, they have done their audits and they submitted this account to you. FPAC now, we need to take action rather than referring the work to Accountant General again. What are they going to do again? Honorable Speaker, coming to COVID funds, or COVID food package. You know, they said they don't know. In the report, it was stated that whether some of the food package is supplied or not, or I don't know what is remain in the store. They don't know where it is. We cannot work like that. Do you understand? I think, you know, FPAC also need to properly engage these authorities. Do you understand? We cannot have it in the report that, you know, this number of bags were issued, or but they don't reach to the store, or those at the store, we don't know the bag. So we need to be clear. Do you understand? If those bags are missing, they need to be replaced. And in the report, one thing I also observed, some of the issues highlighted in the report, they have been overtaken by events. So we need to be updated. How far? Do you understand? Honorable Speaker, coming to NAWEC, institutions that owe us because they have, I don't know, loans or whatsoever it is. So how can this, NAWEC, if you don't pay cash power, you don't operate. You don't have light in your house. So if NAWEC should owe the state, why should we waste time for them to pay the amount of money that they owe for loans given to their people? So these are things that we cannot, you know, cover them because the report have shown. Let them pay. It's an institution that is generating funds from people, so we expect them to pay. Honorable Speaker, Independence Stadium and Friendship Hotel not submit activity reports and audited financial statement. Was this deliberate? What happened? Do you understand? We need to be well informed what should warrant this. This shows that they are not a serious, you know, institution that is promoting physical transparency. So I think, you know, yes, we need to change our attitude. Yes, but we need to go with sanctions. We need to make sure that, you know, sanctions are put in place so that we perform. Gambia cannot just be where we are. Many people alluded. So it's time for us to make sure that anybody who is found wanting, let the law take its course. We have measures in place. We talk of the Janet Commission, the famous commission. Properties we have sold, the former president's, you know, properties we have sold. So where are the funds? We are asking ourselves here in the report. It's shown that those funds are missing. And even a small child in Badibu, you ask him, he will tell you the commissioners, who are they? So we need to know where these funds are. We cannot just forget about it and say we don't know who mismanaged those funds. We know them. Let them come and appear. Let us recommend IGP to arrest, to start arresting them. Let them face, let them be bailed and they go to the court until the court proven them innocent. Action need to be taken. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, last by no means the least, the councils. The councils are always crying of 25% being paid to them by the government. If in the report it shows that the councils are not complying to submit their financial statements or budgets to the ministry, how can they be subvented? And at the same time, the councils, it should be borne in mind that Section 193 of the Constitution, Subsection 3, Clause E, F, G, emphasize that they need to manage our funds, they need to make sure that they mobilize funds to do developments in their councils. So we cannot say that Office of the President is corrupt or they are not doing what they're supposed to do, so therefore the councils also should not perform. That should not be a lancet. What is wrong is wrong. What is right is right. We all know that there is a saying which says, when the head gets intoxicated, it affects the whole body. If the head is not good, the body will not be good. But that doesn't mean that, you know, you should take that as a lancing to also abuse taxpayers. That must be stopped. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to labor on most of the points, addressed by my colleagues, but the reports, there are a lot of missing funds in millions that could save this country. So let's make sure that these funds, whoever is responsible, let us pay. Let them pay those who are found wanting. We cannot just allow this report to go in vain, because there are millions and we need the funds to make sure that our developments are championed. How many roads do we want to construct? All of us are complaining in our constituencies. We need roads, we need electricity. Will the money come from the sky? When you know that you have loopholes, you have somewhere where your money is lying down. So I want us to work with this thing, not with emotions, but to make sure that let there be proper investigation and let the law take its course. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Central Badibu. I now invite the Honorable Member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also join my colleagues to thank the FPA committee for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, I think it is high time we start asking ourselves questions. Because since we came in the morning, we went through the report, and the report is very bulky, and there are a lot of things that are highlighted which are not done in the right way. But as parliamentarians, I put it back to us as parliamentarians to take up the responsibility now and do our oversight function the way it should be. It is our responsibility to do our oversight functions on these ministries and all other parastatals. If we do our oversight functions right, I think this loophole will not happen again. I'm also saying we also approve budgets here for everyone in this country, both ministries and other parastatals. We approve their budgets, it comes here. During our budget session, we see the report was since 2019. After 2019 today, this how many years? 3 years. Are there any improvement on it? Are there any improvement on it? We don't know. But I think it's important now we start acting based on what is happening. If budget are sent to us for approval, we ask question whether the said ministry has also doing in its last audit report. By doing that, it will help us tomorrow that always having a pile of reports that are not taken care of, that are not acted upon, and then we start approving budget for it. So it's like it will be there as a ballot for us. The same thing continue. We had some recommendation the last time that this is what we want to do. Resolutions were passed, but are they implemented? We need to ask ourselves that question, whether they were implemented at the right time. So I think it's important now we start acting. When we pass resolutions, let's do our own follow-up as our oversight function to see whether it's happening. Honorable Speaker, I will start with the NDMA on the report. We have seen that there were funds missing, food items were not released at the right time, somewhere there was no storage, late distribution of food items. This was the time that everybody was in need. This was the time when everybody was crying that I haven't received my share. Why were they parking them at one place to the extent of today the food security is saying that they are no more fit for consumption? What was the problem? When people were in need waiting, we are able to send it to those people, to those poor people sitting down there waiting for that small food that you are giving them, or those small items that they are supposed to receive from you. You didn't give them on time until today they are still in the store, and then now where? To be thrown away. I think it's high time we look at the way we do things. The funds were available. I think we have to look at things in a way that tomorrow, no matter what kind of problem we have, let's do it in the right way. But if we saw COVID it was coming, and some people see it as it is time for us to capitalize on it. Honorable Speaker, I cannot agree on people saying that there was a problem of storage for those food items that were sent to, let's say, KMC, for KMC to distribute. If they are brought to you today, next minute distribute immediately. You don't have a problem of storage. But why keeping them? Keeping them for who? You already got the list of people that are supposed to be given to. Give it to them immediately. You don't need to do a place which will store those materials. It is meant for you, give it out. Honorable Speaker, coming to the Ministry of Health on page 15. If you go to page 15, sorry. Like on the conclusions, we have seen no evidence on need assessment. A total of 199 million was spent on the procurement of and then the usage of quarantine centers, facilities, without conducting need assessment. There was no proper need assessment on all these things. And the amount involved is a very big amount. If there was no proper assessment on this thing, and then these monies we are giving or they were disposed to the Ministry of Health, then that shows you that, at the end of the day, if there is a problem, who is to be blamed? If somebody is giving money and there was no proper assessment on the way that money should be spent, or the way that money should be given out to an individual, if there is a failure, you blame yourself. Honorable Speaker, I think it is high time we start doing what is right. As one of my colleagues have just mentioned here, you go to the Ministry of Higher Education, we have seen money was given for overseas students that are studying outside for support of COVID, but still their funds are lacking. From 2019 to 2023, those funds are still not recovered. What are we still waiting? Are they recovered or not? Because it is 2019, we don't know whether they were recovered or not. But the committee will take charge and then follow up to see whether they were recovered. Honorable Speaker, I think coming to the issue of the government, we have various speakers talking about government mismanagement and want to return to the local council. Yes, government is a government of its own. The local council are there also to serve who? The local people. Both, you cannot merge the two to say if A is corrupt, B should be corrupt. If A is corrupt, why is B being corrupt? Let's see things in a different area. If the local councils are there to represent the local people, they are accountable to us as local people. As government also is accountable to us as parliamentarians. Let's see it differently. If everybody's not right, it's not right. And it should be on both areas. If government is not doing it well, that doesn't mean that the local council should not do it well. Let us see that they should do it, all of them should come together and do what is right. Honorable Speaker, on this timber issue, I think it's important. I have seen it on page 44 on supported documents. I'm a bit confused here. Timbers we are seized in the Gambia. Those timbers we are seized from smugglers. And monies we are generated. And funds we are paid in Senegal's account. I cannot understand that. I'm a bit worried. You travel in Senegal with a bag of sugar. Your bag of sugar is, they take it from in the Senegalese border, from the Gambia, with your bag of sugar or with your goods going to Senegal. They will seize it from you. Do they give it back to the government, to the Gambia? Is there any share for Gambia? I think we need to look at that MOU that they signed. I don't know whether that was an MOU signed or there was an agreement signed between the Gambia government and the Senegalese government, but I think we need to look at it properly. Because it's not fair on our side. They were apprehended in the Gambia, in our own soil. By who? Our own people went there, smuggled those goods. They are Gambian youth or Gambians who went to smuggle those timbers. In our own soil, if they are apprehended in our own soil, the fine that they pay, you want to give Senegalese their own share in that? I'm saying no. I think it's important to let them go and tighten up their borders and tighten up their areas so that they will not have access to come to the Gambia. But when it's inside our own country, it is ours. Why are we sharing? I cannot go much into the board. I haven't seen the MOU, but I think FPAC should request the MOU, or we request the MOU as parliamentarian to see the MOU and go through the MOU and see what is going on. By looking at the MOU, we know where we are heading to, but not to sit and say Senegal should. I mean, if you look at in December, they were giving 50 million. In the same December, 12 December, 50 million. 31st December, 49 million. Almost 100 million was given to them. Based on what? We need to look at it properly. That money should have been spent somewhere else. But we can't just say, the MOU, the Honorable Chair, I think it's important we have that MOU to know what is in that MOU, if at all there is no MOU, it is important that the moment you enter in the Gambia, it is ours. Just like you go to Senegal and then the seashore goods, it's theirs. Gambia have no share in those goods that they have seized in Senegal. Honorable Speaker, I think it's important, as most of my colleagues have mentioned, if you look at the report, it's the whole country, it's the whole department, many presidencies. There is nowhere you can say A did this. Somewhere I mentioned that they did, at least you can't have anything to ask to say they were trying. We say keep it up, keep it up, keep the good job. But it touched everyone. Let's change. Let's see Gambia. Let's try to change this country. This country is ours. Today I'm seeing people saying that during the past government they were doing A, B, C, and D. Yes, they were doing A, B, C, and D. But after 2016, what were they saying? 2016, after election, dictator. So today, if you want to refer ourselves to that dictatorship that we are saying no to, that they were doing a good job, it's good we lay good foundations. If good foundations are laid, and there are good foundations, we take it from there and build our structures. Then good foundations being laid, we want to destroy all those foundations and start up new foundations. It was a problem. Let's start from the good foundations that we are laid, and then we take it from there. It is good to have a report, but when reports are given, it took this committee time to sit over this report. I heard that they were working up till late at night to come up with a report, this bulk report, and give to us as parliamentarians. Now we are talking on it. We are scrutinizing it and look at the facts that we need to think that they are important, that should be taken care of. Now, after everything, we said we agree on this, and that's the end. Should it be that way? No. If they can take time, spend nights on this, I know they were paid. From who? Taxpayers' money. But if they took the time to do it for, and ask for recommendation, let's follow up those recommendations. Let's follow them up. As that they are implemented. But here we come, here we agree. That's the end. I think it's important now we start changing things and start doing the right thing and start taking the right move to make sure that this country is very small. We can change Gambia. We can honestly change Gambia when we come together as a team. Let's come together as a team. Let's see this country and change this country. It is ours. Nobody come and develop this country for us. But honestly, if we want to develop this country through this, what is in this report, we are nowhere to go. It's better we start packing our things and start living for other countries. But our own country as Gambia with this is very sad. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for this one. I now invite the Honorable Member for Janjanbureh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much to the FPAC committee through the chairperson for a job well done in compiling such a comprehensive report. Honorable Speaker, I kindly want to seize this opportunity to actually reflect on the Constitution of the Gambia, and I would like to refer us to Section 160, that is the functions of the Auditor General, and subsection D, or subsection C rather, which is at least once in every year audit and report on the public accounts of the Gambia, the accounts of all offices and authorities of the government of the Gambia, the account of the courts, accounts of the National Assembly, and accounts of public enterprises. Coming down to subsection D, it reads, within 6 months of the end of the immediately preceding financial year of which each of the accounts referred to as paragraph C relates, report to the National Assembly on the accounts and draw attention on the irregularities in the accounts audited to any other matter which, in his or her opinion, ought to be brought to the notice of the National Assembly. I think from this point, we should be able to draw a conclusion on this very important discussion. Looking at the audit report, I think we will all agree that there are a lot of gaps. Also, looking at the report of the committee, we will all agree that there is still a need for improvement by our respective institutions, more especially with the government of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, I will refer you to page 24 of the FPAC report. If you look at page 24, it is stated, page 24, paragraph 3.2.2, inappropriate procurement process by the Office of the President. I think here, charity should begin at home, actually. We can all recall that some time back, the President openly stated that audit reports are mere opinions. We might interpret it in all forms of ways, but again, I think at some point, yes, I can agree that some of these things actually form opinions. But again, as the process keeps ongoing, with the FPAC report, I think we can now shift from a mere opinion to actually have a base to rely on, that is to say, with audit reports, there might not really be opinions, as it may be attributed by the President of the Republic of the Gambia, but some of these things, or not in fact, but this could be a fact. And why do I think this report is a fact? If you look at clause 3.2.2, Roman number A, it says, an assessment was carried out by the Ministry of Works to certify the volume and extent of the rehabilitation works that were carried out at State House. The result of it was used as the basis of the payment of 17,488,555.63 bututs by Gay Enterprise. And with the audit report, they went further to advise the Office of the President to actually meet certain conditions which were never done. But again, funds were released for the said work to be accomplished, even though there were some flaws raised. And I think to better set a good example, it should start from the Office of the President. And I want to believe with this Honorable House, we should be able to do what is right in order to regularize some of these abnormalities, because I don't believe we can continue to live in these conditions. It has been year after year that either a corruption scandal will be announced or will be reported by relevant authorities, but again, we hardly take an action. So I think it is indeed very important for we to graduate from mere talking to action. And this is where I definitely want to encourage members of this House for we to look at some of the actions that might be of importance for we to take in order to remedy some of these challenges that institutions are facing on a daily basis. However, Honorable Speaker, I still want to look at page 9, which is on disaster management. For me, as I would always allude with disaster management, it is high time for me to close that institution. All that they are good at is giving vulnerable families either a kettle or a praying mat when there are casualties. when those particular families are hungry. Can you imagine, in my own region, as reported, that is Central River region, there are a list of communities listed that they should benefit from national disaster management, only to realize that nothing was given to those communities, meaning they were just ghost names that were captured in order to flout the system. So for me, there are clear evidence to start prosecuting defaulters, prosecuting heads of institutions who are found wanting. Because if this report is anything that we should go by, I believe we have enough basis to rely on to open prosecution. And again, the Constitution is still very clear to say if audit reports are referred to this very House, we also have the power to recommend to the IGP to take actions. And I think this is where we should look at, more especially with the recommendations. It's important that we make, or we come up with strong recommendations that would actually start paving way for actions, more especially for those that are found wanting. I recall when we came in this National Assembly here during our induction, there was a word said, or a statement said, by one of the leaders of this National Assembly. I can vividly recall that very day. That is to say, there was this particular ministry that reported to the 5th Legislative about high scandal of corruptions in a particular ministry. And one of the leaderships of this National Assembly openly said, if he was in that house, that particular minister would have not left the chambers and walked freely to his house or to his office without being prosecuted or being arrested. And it seems the same thing is coming back again. In this very report, COVID-19 is clearly reported about. And there are a lot of flaws. Let's look at page 12, Honorable Speaker. If we look at page 12, we look at environment. I think there was a supplementary bill, environment, to finance COVID-19 emergency at the tune of 750 million. And only 100 million represent to pay the frontliners. And we have seen over the past how much those young Gambians who were risking their life in the health sector to give what was required, even though most of us here wouldn't be in that position to actually give those services, considering the risk involved. But these young Gambians were out there in the field to do what were expected, only to realize that this particular ministry failed to pay those young Gambians who were actually risking their life. And now it has reflected on this report again. So for me, the point I am looking at here is, since we have this report before us, and we equally have the recommendations from the committee, I think it will be important for we to be specific. That is the FPAC committee. It will be indeed very, very important for we to be specific. Because the Accountant General has done her job. The Audit Department has done their job. Now, it is left with us as a House of Parliament to do what is expected. And as such, I want to encourage the committee, if we can do certain amendments. I understand that this is the first phase of the reading. But as we continue, the second phase rather, thank you. As the process continues, I want to believe that we could come up with very, very firm resolutions to say those that are found wanting for the IGP to open investigations and, if need be, to prosecute those that are wanting. This Maslow syndrome, I think we need to graduate from it. And this is one of the resolutions I definitely want to see in this report. Because the back and forward is too much, the talking is too much, and we are the last hope of this nation. If we cannot deliver, I think it's important that we pack our stuffs, go back home, and engage on something different than coming in here, earning monthly salaries, and also other motivations. I think for we to convince the Gambians, it's important that we do the needful. Also, I want to look in the report about the National Youth Council under the, I'm going to the page. Page 70. It is also stated that the National Youth Council, over the past years, they have been paying rent for office space, even though they were allocated an empty plot of land to enable them construct an office structure and also have the safe space for young people to be engaged. But this is not happening. It seems even their budget, the executive director of the National Youth Council, don't seem to know how much budget is being allocated to the National Youth Council. And I think if we're serious, or if you want to be serious about youth empowerment, not just youth development, these are things we need to look at, Honorable Speaker, and find a way in addressing them. And I think with the FPAC committee in their recommendations as well, there should be this strong resolution to say or to direct the Ministry of Finance to consider providing the National Youth Council with the required funds to enable them have an office structure and a safe space for young people to be engaged. I don't think we can continue to live in this way. Also with the National Stadium, I think that National Stadium, we need to rise again and ensure the right thing is done. Sports is just more than entertainment. Sports has now turned out to be a lucrative venture. And looking at the connections, I believe through sports, it should be able to leverage the young people of this country. That is to boost their incomes, but then also to prepare them for a better future. So as such, I don't think the National Stadium, that is the management at the National Stadium, should sit without reporting or without submitting a report, being it both on programs and activities and also on how they generate income and how they spend it. It was just a few months ago they were allocated with 100 million to rehabilitate our independent stadium. I think yesterday we played in Morocco. A few days ago, there was a natural disaster in Morocco. So these are things we need to factor. Suppose those young players were trapped in that natural disaster. Today, we would have been all here pretending to be sad, when actually we could have done better than the way things are. The Independence Stadium is their Halloween. Institutions are blaming one another. From GFF to Ministry of Youth and Sports, you cannot know the head and the tail. I want to appeal to established institutions to find a way of coordinating their programs and activities amongst themselves and stay away from the infights they are engaging on. Also, I think we need to distinguish people occupying public offices and also wanting to see themselves in political positions. I think the manager at the Independence Stadium, whilst he was supposed to be compiling reports for us, he was busy campaigning to become a mayor of a particular municipality. And as such, this has today affected us seriously. So I think as a nation, we should limit the talking and start taking actions for a better country. And for the recommendations, once again, I want to seize this opportunity to appeal to the FPAC committee to see what we can amend and ensure that this report is before the IGP for further actions. On that note, Honorable Speaker,
Thank you very much. I now invite the Honourable Member for Kalendin Kuya.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Let me follow previous speakers to thank the FPAC committee for the review of this audited accounts report, and thank all other honourable members who have intervened. Previous speakers have touched on key important issues. But before I come to that, Honourable Speaker, let me observe that reports of this nature must be dealt with thoroughly in this House. I understand, I hear some murmuring, summarize. I think it should have been even necessary to deal with this, even if it's for 3 days or 2 days. We cannot rush these things. The life of this country is in this book. So yes, for instance, yes, we can say we have the privileged opportunity to have it before us, but the whole Gambia do not see the report. So if you come to Parliament and rush it, what are we doing? We are throwing vital information under the carpet. Because you know National Assembly is live now. Those who don't have opportunity to watch this, to follow the document, will be given the opportunity to follow it through and know what is happening in their country. So this thing is not a one-day job. But at least, even if you are going to do it one day, we should not rush it. Summarization is outside of it. Because fundamental issues are raised in this, and Parliament is responsible, as Speaker said. Most of the things raised in this issue, in this report, is as if Parliament is begging somebody to do it. When you have all the instruments to act and save this country. This report highlighted critical issues why Gambia is not moving forward. We set regulations, formulate laws, but we flout with them from the highest office. If the office of the president, flouting of regulations and rules start from there, which agency or head department should you blame now for flouting rules and regulations? Corruption now becomes contagious. And this is the problem we have in this society. No one seems to put a check. Even the people who are, even the highest office, the political leadership, are not putting a check on corruption. People are allowed blatant corruption. That is even obvious. Look at the issue of violence. The report is saying that the environments have been conducted over the threshold of 75. And this is not, these are regulations not put by me, it's government. Environment is taking place without the approval. There is no proof that finance is approving them. To the tune of $67 million on environment that has no proof that finance is approving them. Environments that are done without the notifying the agencies the environments are done. The budget entities. You do environments, take from a budget that is approved by the National Assembly, you take it from the budget entity without notifying them. They are sitting there expecting that they have budget, they have money. But you at finance or somewhere have the audacity to take via from their entity budget line without notifying them. So when they come to need that money, they are surprised to know that it has already been via. But what the report failed to show is on what activities were these environment necessary. Why were these environment necessary? This should have been highlighted by the district. Because environment should not be done on useless things that are not important at all. You've seen environment of $4 million added to the presidential campaign. Environment on travel vote. But not environment on essential things that keeps a government going, that keeps health systems going. So it was very important for the report to highlight the necessities of this environment, so that we Gambian people will know why the reason they are violent. It will unravel, it will unveil the greed of individuals to have funds at the tip of their fingers so that they exploit it. If inappropriate procurement processes, you award a contract before even tendering it. And this, we have regulatory body that is in charge of this. We have procurement units in ministries and departments and agencies. We are giving people contract to provide services when it has not followed due process. And this is happening at the highest office in this country. Which other agency do we expect to conform to the rules and regulations of this country? The house is becoming empty. I understand in the beginning when we are starting, FPAC invited all the ministries and agencies that are concerned to come and listen to the reports that are made that concerns their agencies. But it seems directors and heads of agencies are going. That's what I observe. The gallery is becoming empty, and then we cannot be speaking to ourselves. In appropriate procurement, this fatigue trading must have been a very important party who is awarded contracts without going due process. And then he is giving payment without receipts. No receipt. How are we sure that that money was in fact paid to this trading? No receipt. A government, a whole institution of a government, paying without receipt. And we think that we can gloss over that and go. These are serious. These are national issues. Whoever wants to help the president must raise concern on these things. Because if he has sworn to serve the people of this country and fight against corruption, and now we see people celebrating corrupt people in this country. The moment somebody is accused of corruption in one institution, you see him elevated to another position that is higher than where he was accused of being looted. Even the failure to gazette the Banjul drainage, roads and sewage. It's a serious concern. Even the Ministry of Justice advised government that it should be gazetted. With all this advice, government decides to float it. This has to be underlined. It's a serious concern. Unbudgeted payments, the difference in payments, according to the report, COVID-19 force, you are giving 10 million, the receipts you have provided, you've paid, let's say, 5 million. The other 5 million is unaccounted for. And now, FPAC report, where I find it not adequate, a recommendation is to say you write to them to explain. Explain what? What are they going to explain? This is like 5 years ago, or almost, 2019 to now. This report has been overtaken by time. What are they going to do? You're asking them to invent stories for you. What evidence are they going to provide that they have not provided 4 years ago? We need to take stringent measures to ensure that people are punished. I saw it in one of the recommendations where you gave 72 hours to somebody to surrender the funds. That would have been the case for this 7 million at GBOS. Or another inquiry is set up, GTB rather, another inquiry should be, I want to expect FPAC committee to recommend for a commission of inquiry of further probes into matters. But just to ask them to explain why this thing happens, I think for me is a weak position. The same way goes to recommendations that they put at the office of the president. They are asking them to write and explain why they float those rules. And then I think somebody is responsible in any institution. There are board controllers, there are financial controllers. Somebody should be in charge of something. Just to say president's office is not enough. There are permanent secretaries. There are secretary general whose job it is to look over matters in the office of the president or state house. Somebody must be responsible. It's not just an empty house, state house. Or you say ministries and departments. No, let's try to identify who is culpable and hold the person on the neck. If you want to be responsible, let's find who is culpable. If we do that, we can curb corruption. If we don't do that, we leave it blatantly. Find out who is responsible in an agency, whose job it is that is not done. We hold him accountable. If it's going to be prosecuted, he prosecuted. He's going to pay for it, he pay for it. But you just go and say the office of the president or the state house will do this, or the ministry should do this. There are board controllers. There is somebody who is responsible. There are head of admins. Let's pinpoint them. Pick them for flouting rules. If they had done it because of the influence of politicians, now they will not do it because politicians will not use them. So we cannot fall short when it comes to some of these things. This laissez-faire attitude must stop. Timber processing. The advent of the coalition government, we've seen how they have tried to curtail the importation, the cutting of trees and the deforestation and other things. But this report is alarming. The checkpoints we see seizing Gambian timbers is a facade. It's to feed people. How many containers live in Gambia? How do they live? A container is loaded at our ports. These monies are coming, they don't know whether, they cannot justify whether it is in the government coffers or it's in somebody's pocket. Where are they? FPAC should probe this. Somebody should come and answer. Where is this money? We need that commission or that commission of inquiry. That parliamentary committee inquiry in those things, bit by bit, not even wholesome, bit by bit. Government is encouraging everybody to use IFMIS. They even authorize people to use IFMIS. Now government is paying money to a neighboring country outside its IFMIS. You think it's clean? government that is promoting the use of IFPIS to avoid leakages is now leaking itself, the system itself, avoiding it and sending it. That's blatant corruption. Let's find out who authorized this payment. It's signed by somebody. Let him come and answer to a commission and say who authorized him to sign. Otherwise, there will be another commission using these things. Let's stand up on our 2 feet and save this country. Otherwise, we all sink. We do the right thing or we all perish. Grants as well. No records. The money that every Gambia owns. Now, how are we going to convince donors that we are utilizing judiciously this grant they are giving us? If donors are wise, they shouldn't be giving us money. We are not accounting for the grants. That's what the report is saying. You should not account only to the donors. You should account to the Gambians how you spend the money they have given to every Gambian. It's not enough to just go and justify it to the donors. Maybe you may convince them. But how do you convince Gambians that you have expended this money on their behalf for their interest? That's what matters. So if the audit report is saying there is no proof that how it is disbursed, that's an embarrassment. Minister of Finance, Accountant General Office. We have all these trained people. They go every day, have desks in front of them. They walk through these grants. They don't record it. They don't show how it is paid. And you tell me there is no corruption involved? You want me to believe that? So I think we should take serious steps to help ourselves, help our people, help future generations. The Gambia we are building is for all of us and our children yet unborn. But the damages we are seeing here cannot save us if we don't correct it. I cannot go over all of those because many speakers are coming. You are in a haste for me to close here. So I like your recommendation, EPA, one of your recommendations, where you said if some of the institutions don't comply, you will not approve their budget. I like that. I applaud that. That's a good one. And even some of these agencies as well. We cannot come and give you public funds. You go and then you don't submit your audited accounts. You don't want to give an activity report. And you expect us to give you money again. That shouldn't be accepted. That shouldn't be accepted. So you should be able to tell how you expended the money that we have been given. What activities have you carried out in your institutions, in your departments, in your ministries? And then the emphasis on Ministry of Youth is very important. I saw it. Because youth is not only youth, it's youth and sports. It's one of the most important ministries. We cannot allow it to be useless and continue to be useless in this country. Let me, Honorable Speaker, with these few remarks, I would like to end my intervention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Talindi. I now invite the Honorable Member for Woodley East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will also thank the FPAC for a well-presented report, a well-informed report, very fruitful report. A lot of work has been done there. And this is almost 1 year of scrutiny before this report is out. That is June 2022 to July 2023. Almost a year. Honorable Speaker, we remind ourselves again of the exercise. The aim of the exercise is meant to ensure transparency, probity, and openness in all public institutions financed by the taxpayers' money, as well as to hold heads of public institutions accountable for their actions and or omissions so that they deliver valuable services to the populace. That is the aim of this exercise. And we are given this very important report. Also, we are informed of Section 110 of the Constitution, that we have powers to reprimand or admonish any officer, agency, department, or ministry that has been found to be wanting in the execution of their mandate. So, Honorable Speaker, unless we set examples, I believe nothing will improve. Nothing will improve. People who are used to public money freely will never leave it unless action is taken against them. Honorable Speaker, there are implications, not only for those who are doing this mismanagement, but also for the National Assembly as well as for the executive. It is the National Assembly's responsibility to spot out the anomalies, but it's also the government that must take action to ensure that mechanisms are put in place to ensure those anomalies are minimized. Usually you cannot eradicate everything, but you minimize it. If you cannot minimize it, they label you a corrupt government. A corrupt government. And they don't say corrupt civil service. They hardly say corrupt civil service. They say corrupt government. And that means the executive is responsible. All the blame goes to the executive. They are the government, the cabinet. Failure on their side will label this country a corrupt country. So, Honorable Speaker, FPAC should provide an estimate of losses. This big book, it's a big report, manuscript. All the losses, estimate of all the losses should be estimated and given to us so that we know what we are losing, what our people are losing through this process. That is from June 2022 to June 2023. And this is COVID-19, for example, COVID-19 funds. A lot of anomalies there. If you calculate all that and you give us an estimate of what those losses are, it would be very useful. The government will learn to know how much the country is losing through these mismanagements. And the Auditor General's report also, we should know what are the losses or estimated losses. If we know that, well, we know that, what percentage of the budget that we approve here for 2019 or for each year is gone in vain, into individual pockets, into mismanagement, and so on and so forth. So when you come to COVID-19 funds, Honorable Speaker, we are talking about this time $750 million. That's what is given to them, the second phase, for them to provide support to the public, the vulnerable public. And if we go by one, Honorable Speaker, you would see key findings and observations on page 9, which talks about all these villages that were left out during the distribution or identification process. So the question is whether these villages have received anything or they have not received anything. Because I don't see how they should be left out completely, but there is no information relating to that. And I'm going to make it very quick. And if you go to page 10, at the top, it's saying the following stock balances were transferred to the governor's office at the request of the governor. Sugar, 120 bags, 50 kilograms. Oil, 180 gallons, 20 liters. Rice, 4 bags, 50 kilograms. So, governor's office is the storage house for NDMA. And you know, they played a prominent role because every time I called my constituencies or they called me, they would say, the governor said this, the governor said that. So which means the governor at some point had taken some responsibilities from the NDMA to do certain things. And this is at his request. And this is, I think, CRR. Honorable Speaker, when you also go the next paragraph on page 10, it says, as a result, they were kept in the open and were exposed to the elements. The exposure caused damage to some of the food items, leading to wastage of resources. Wastage of resources. We were very careless. When we are here...
Honorable Member, make specific references so that members follow you.
I say page 10.
Yeah, we are with you at page 10.
I say second paragraph. Are you listening to me?
Second paragraph.
Second paragraph. Where you have storage and security of food items.
Yeah, just say C.
Okay, C. C.
Because from the above 29 gallons can be a paragraph.
Yeah, C. Yes, if you come to D also, there were excessive delays in the distribution of food items in LRR and WCR. And some of the food items got damaged while in storage. 28 bags of 50 kilogram rice and 1 bag of 50 kilogram sugar for LRR and WCR, 541 bags. Like I said, when we were here in the Fifth Assembly, I said, well, if you buy all this rice and all this sugar and all this oil and all these tomatoes, etc., and you want to transport this across the country, employing all those vehicles, all those trucks, there is bound to be a lot of lapses. So why don't we just give, cash to family heads? They know better what they require. There is suffering. You want to ease my suffering, just give me cash. I know the most essential part of my needs. I go and purchase those on my own. All the money that has gone into employing trucks and truck drivers and people bringing it down would not have happened. But it did happen, so we've passed that. So, Honorable Speaker, it goes to conclusion on page 10. Sufficient information and documentation was not received from NDMA to substantiate transportation and distribution of food relief to vulnerable households. So the transparency is missing. The failures made some vulnerable households to not receive the food items to which they were entitled. And that's what the other day I was suggesting. That really this public protection secretariat, if we empower them, like they want us to empower them, they will do the data collection, and then the agencies responsible will do the distribution. But if you allow the same agency to collect data, the same agency to do the distribution, there is bound to be a lot of mismanagement in that. Because I have experience. Some of the people on the ground will go and even write families that have not been affected. And when it comes to distribution, families that are affected will see these other people with a lot of rice. And they will say, but how can this person get rice and he's not affected by the flood? He's not affected by the disaster. And me, whose house is all blown off. My everything is gone down. I got only 1 bag or 2 bags. But if a separate unit is done the data collection, these people are duty bound to only follow the data and distribute it according to that. There is likely to be minimal damage to the process. Honorable Speaker, if you also go to page 11, page 11B, the second part, it says the committee further recommends that the executive director of NDMA must account for all the remaining stock balances within 10 days. My question is whether he has addressed that. Whether that is already addressed. Because these are some of the questions that are left behind. Maybe you'll be able to help me. On page 12, Honorable Speaker, well, I've already said that we are dealing with 750 million. And if you go to page 12C, category of frontline workers, the categorization was disseminated to the regional health directorates and heads of thematic areas for use in classifying personnel. I was at one time querying here and said, for my area, when you ask them whether they have received anything for COVID-19 first, they said no. Even though they distributed some papers here. So how is it distributed? We need to make a follow-up on this one to really clarify us how this distribution has been done. There is further inquiries to be done there. Really. Honorable Speaker, if you also go to page 11, page 11D, like you instructed, inaccurate amounts of allowances paid to frontline workers. The auditors noted overpayment of $1,615,548 for 227 personnel, while underpayment of $1,485,565 for 275 staff. On the one hand, it's overpayment. On the other hand, it's underpayment.
That is page?
That's page 11.
Page
11D. D, like dog.
Yes.
Yes. So, Honorable Speaker, we can continue on and on. But if you look at page, let's go to page 20.
I don't understand still, because page 11D, what I have for 11D, what you are reading at it.
Page 11?
D. Yeah, that's on the recommendation.
No, it should be page 12 instead. It's page 12D. C. Huh?
Okay.
Page 12C.
Page 12C.
Yes. That's what I just read.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But we go to page 23. Page 23, Honorable Speaker, that's also E, environments. Environments above 75% threshold. I think that's already addressed by Honorable friend here. 2 billion. 2 billion through environments. What is the use of making a budget only for it all to be bad? That's defeating our purpose. 2,687,362,341.40 fired above the threshold. And according to the committee, it looks like there is no explanation for that. Honorable Speaker, if you go to page 24, 24 is dealing with A, inappropriate procurement process by Office of the President. And you can see that if you go through that, they are saying it's not gazetted. It's not gazetted. You don't follow GPPA rules, you don't gazette it. You know what that means? If you don't gazette, it means that you've gone into a dark room and award a contract in the dark. Gazetting means everybody should know what you are doing. Transparency. But you refuse to gazette, you went into the darkness and award a contract to the tune of, and not only in dollars, but it's in dollars. In dollars. In this place, it's saying 17, I think it's 17 million. This one. This one is dollars, but in the other area is 35, is 30 something, 30. Yes, it's 30 something million dollars for, yeah, 35,720,000. Page 26. If you go to page 26. Page 26. That's what is there. It's not alphabetical. It's failure to gazette the award of Banjul Drainage Roads and Sewage Project. $35,720,000 should be gazetted before the conclusion of the engineering, procurement, and construction contract. But it's not gazetted. So, page 26. Yes. So failure to gazette is like you are doing things secretly. And we've queried that at one point, and it was denied. And now the investigation has revealed that that's exactly what has happened. So, Honorable Speaker, we can continue, but I don't see, since it is written, I believe we are fine with it. Whatever recommendations should be followed up by the part. For example, the Accountant General should investigate the missing receipt book and report to the audit team for confirmation. We want to give, somebody said we should not give that responsibility to the Accountant to the Auditor General again. But I think if he can do it properly, then it's better for him to do that, so that we'll be able to get something. Honorable Speaker, on page 44, a honorable friend has spoken about timber. That was timber that we were following, and eventually this is what happened to the timber. It's saying timber paid to Senegal. Well, it should be 44. 44. Yes. If you look at that also, Honorable, you will see that unsupported payment of timber proceeds to government of Senegal. I narrated to the Fifth Assembly here that a cousin brother of mine arrived at Buea, and his truckload of timber was seized by the Senegalese soldiers there. And when he reported it to me, I made a follow-up, only to discover that it is the Senegalese, and they wanted to take the timber to Kanilai to pack it. So when I protested, eventually they gave up, and they allowed the cousin to take the truckload of timber. But that is the practice, that they would take this truckload of timber and dump it in Kanilai, and they will not take it to court. And people whose timber is taken will not be able to make a follow-up. The forestry is not aware. They will not tell anything to the forestry department. So eventually that is the timber. They thought that every timber in the Gambia is from across the border, which is not true. You go to my constituency now, they have harvested. Even the nettle trees are being harvested. Nettle, Duto, the bush mango, they are harvesting everything. Ulagono Duto, which has a lot of use. That's what they are doing. So really, to think that Gambia does not have timber at all, I think it's a big mistake. But also, if you look at it, they will tell you, let me just read. Discussion with officials at Accountant General's Department revealed that directive was issued from the Office of the President to make this payment, even though no documentary evidence was provided to support this claim. This is also a secret agreement. And it's an international agreement, but it's not come to the Parliament. And we are just sitting here and saying they are scrutinizing. But the report has shown it. So now we've discovered it. There is no transparency. And there are implications, because the Gambian people can remove you from power for a corrupt government. They are not being transparent. They are just doing things anyhow you want. And that is the reason why the Senegalese are very strong at Buyam. They never want to live there. And we complain about that. We raise thousands of questions here. And they will give us, stories. Because if you are part of ECOMPIC, there should be another soldiers at that checkpoint, and then the Senegalese soldiers will move at some point. But it's always the Senegalese soldiers that are there. So it means that there is something that we don't know, and they are not ready to tell us. So, Honorable Speaker, as I said, if you go to page 90, judiciary, there is something there under the judiciary. They said, I think the committee will help us to clarify that. I'm not very clear about that. Page 90. Let's go to page 91. Page 91. Yes. Yes, page 91. 1. The judiciary should prepare their accounts and submit them to the National Assembly with effect from the year ended 31st December 2023. Page 91.1.
Okay.
At the top.
Okay. You never mentioned the number.
The first paragraph.
Yes, 91.
Yeah, they said the year ended 31st December 2023. It's either a mistake or I don't understand. Maybe they can help us. And if you go to, let's say 90, something is 90. 90, Honorable Speaker, H. The committee is currently working with the Accountant General's Department and the National Audit Office on the National Assembly resolution of September 2022, and to ensure that recoveries are made on the unretired interest 2005 to 2016 and 2017 and 2021. The substantive report will be provided during the... We can add this assignment there. Let them put all these other things, put all of them together and work with the Accountant General and ensure that they bring all that together. I think that will be a useful enterprise so that we'll be able to deal with all these things. But, Honorable Speaker, there is something that I missed. If I don't see it, then I'll just say it. Yes. So, I cannot see that. The memory refuses to come. But, Honorable Speaker, the disease that struck the central government, the whole ministries and departments, will not fail to strike agencies. There is this disease of mismanagement in the country. And unless we take drastic steps, like other members have said, we'll be failing our duty. And the Gambian people will eventually sweep all of us from the National Assembly. They have the power. They will remove all of us. It's our responsibility to do something. And the committee has said it. They say 100 and I think it's 10. We have the power to do something. Section 110. Contempt of the National Assembly. Any act or omission which obstructs or impedes the National Assembly in the performance of its functions or which obstructs or impedes any member or officer of the National Assembly in the discharge of his or her duties or affronts the dignity of the National Assembly shall be a contempt of the National Assembly. And in addition to any liability in respect thereof under the criminal law, the offender shall be liable to reprimand or admonition by the National Assembly. And if the offender is a member of the National Assembly, suspension or expulsion from the National Assembly. So we have some powers to do something about this. Let's do something about this. Let's quantify all the losses, all the amounts, estimated amounts, and put them together. And inform this government that this is how corrupt your government is. This is how corrupt your government is. And you should do something about it. That's how pressure comes. Pressure must come to bear on them for them to do something. Otherwise, nothing will be done here. This is in the billions, unaccounted for, mismanaged. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much, but I also want to extend thanks to all the witnesses, these numerous witnesses. Without them, we will not get this information that we require. On that note, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Woolly East. I now invite the Honorable Member for Old Window.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I nearly want to withdraw my contribution because a lot of things have been said in the report. But first, just a brief statement on the report. I first want to thank the FPAC for a thorough job. You have done a very good job. But like my colleague said, member of Central Body said something that is very important. That is to divide the report into two, because it's very bulky. And most of us, when we get the report, our concentration was on the COVID funds. Most of the other agencies and departments, we are not focusing on them a lot. So maybe in the long run, you can divide the report into two, have such report as one fold, and then the other ministers, agencies, and departments at another fold. And that will help us a lot. Honorable Speaker, the report is unfortunate, honestly speaking. I mean, I think all of us together will speak the same language, because the report before us is highlighting some of the activities that have happened within the governance structure. And all these things happen between the ministries, departments, and agencies. These are individuals responsible for all the things that have happened. We will all agree together. It's our country, and like I said, the FPAC recommendation on certain, ministries to have responsible individuals who have not done their job. I think that is important for us to take note. And I agree. If anything happens in a ministry or agency or a department, somebody has to be responsible. We cannot just point our fingers to the head of state as the one who is responsible for the corrupt practices that are happening within the country. People are responsible. And some of these people, you see, when you find out somebody who is working within your governance structure and is not supporting you, once you move the individual, what they say first is injustice. But the injustice is not more than somebody who works under you, who does not even believe in your leadership, and starts squandering the funds that is given to him to work for the public. That is also injustice. That person should go to jail. So I think the report has revealed a lot that we cannot say all. But the recommendations are up. From here, I think all of us will need to look at the recommendation, especially the broad recommendation on certain things where people are culpable of, of being responsible of certain acts. That should reach the president, and action must be taken on the ground. I think that is important. When you look at the report together, all of us, we have seen what is happening there. Nobody can dispute this one. Nobody. I mean, I think both sides of the assembly, whether you are part of the minority or the majority, this is our country. It's not a political reason. This is for our country. Anybody who is culpable, you must be put to books. And you must reform the resources that you squander for us to move. That is what we are advocating for. So FPAC is a committee that is working for the National Assembly. You cannot give them work, and that is why you have different sides of the assembly, both the majority, minority, and other members from. So there is nothing like political, motivation or whatever. So I think I am contented with the recommendations, and I just wanted to echo that today, when we are speaking here, even if the president is hearing us, some people within the system who are not willing to work for the governance structure need to leave immediately, or they need to be responsible for their actions. That is the fact. So, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to go through the clauses in the report because it's too bulky, but the fact of the matter is the general recommendation have spoken, widely for all of us to understand that people must be responsible. People must be responsible. From 2019 to date, a lot of funds have gone in, and these funds are in some people's pocket. I'm not saying the government is not responsible, of course, but what I don't want to agree is people to point their fingers to the president as the one who's responsible for the corrupt practices in the system. There are people who are responsible, and they don't even believe in the leadership of the president. So those people also need to be responsible. They are there. So, Honorable Speaker, with those things, I think I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Motion, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable nominated member, Kewa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on Order 13 to raise the motion that this Honorable House sit beyond 6 o'clock to finish business. Thank you.
To be clear, to finish the business of the day or to finish this particular motion?
Let me seek consensus first.
Can I help you? Following consultations with both sides of the House, they seem to agree that we complete these motions, and then, and then close off, and then the other ones will come tomorrow.
Then, Honorable Speaker, I will rephrase that I'm rising on point 13.2 to raise the motion that the Assembly sits beyond 6 o'clock to finish the report of the parliamentary scrutiny on the 2019 audited financial accounts of the Gambia and Auditor General's reports on COVID-19 response. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Olundu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Assembly sits beyond 6 o'clock to finish the current topic on the motion on the table, on the floor. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. So we can stop. Honorable members, we still have about 14 or 15 members to speak. So prepare your minds. Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I will not take long to give at least other members the opportunity to speak. Hence, a lot of things has already been highlighted by the former speakers. Honorable Speaker, I want to use the opportunity to thank FPAC for coming up with this report, and also the Auditor General for cooperating with FPAC to make sure that they come up with this important report. Honorable Speaker, I think the National Assembly has some additional concerns, which is highlighted under Section 102 of the 1997 Constitution. And this includes, among others, that the National Assembly should advise under Section 102, subsection E, advise the President on any matter which lies within his or her responsibility. Honorable Speaker, we can remember during the previous government when we used to have PAC by then, and now called FPAC. When FPAC reports, it should attract public attraction. During the former government, there was a time when the IGP was given instruction to arrest heads of institutions based on the report that was presented by PAC. Let us advise the government of the day to use this as a very good opportunity. We understand that the president wants to demonstrate the principles of democracy. We understand that. But this is a report. This is FPAC. Nobody will blame you for giving instruction to the IG to arrest all those that are responsible. Don't worry about people calling you a dictator. You are doing the right thing. You see, we are borrowing some things that does not suit us as a country. When we talk about democracy, people try to flout everything. We should take a system in our country that suits us. Let us not borrow any system that does not suit us in the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, I will start with BCC because we are in Banjul. I'm not leaving Banjul before any other thing. BCC, the mayor said that the mayor of BCC confessed to FPAC that the figures of their financial statements were just made up. They were just made up. So it means from nowhere they just go calculated figures and put it in the statement and brought it to us as if we are somebody who are joking in this house. That's not possible. We are not going to allow that to happen here. So anybody who is responsible at BCC who provided us with these false information, I call them, should be called to order. And action needs to be taken. We cannot allow this to continue happening in this country. Before we disturb ourselves spending millions on commissions, why not we act now? This has no cost on us. It's here, clearly stated. You call them on commission, they start saying you are witch hunting them. This is not witch hunting. You are the ones who said it. You said that the information you are providing to us is not correct. That is what exactly they are telling us. So what are we waiting for, Honorable Speaker? You see, you look at page 49 of the report, lending failure to recover on loans to state-owned enterprises. You lend money and you said you cannot recover it. How is that possible? This is a big disgrace. You see, Honorable Speaker, this country needs to move, as the Honorable Member for Fuladu said. We cannot allow individuals who are doing malpractices to tarnish the image of Parliament, to tarnish the image of the government, to tarnish the image of the executive, the judiciary, the legislature. We cannot allow that to happen. Certain individuals in the system. Finish them. Yes, take them to mile 2. Let them go there and still wait for their time to come. We cannot allow that to happen. On the GT board, over $7 million was not accounted for. There was a difference of $7 million. I can remember back in the days when I was working with the tourism system, tourism sector, in 2019, when I was recalled from Dakar. that there is COVID-19 that hits the government and you need to return immediately. When we came, they said government is going to help us with these packages. We went to GT board and we were told, no, your names are not included. Because the $7 million they wanted to embezzle it. And that is why our names were not included. We should have benefited from that $7 million. Yes. Honorable Speaker, you see, people are blaming disaster management. Fine. I think there is something you call, the auditors are here, they call it a need assessment. There is fire outbreak in Sabah Sanjal. You are calling auditors to come and you are calling disaster to conduct need assessment. The fire outbreak is currently killing people. Disaster need to respond immediately. What mechanisms should we put in place to make sure that when certain disasters hit us, we can respond immediately? This is what we need. Yes, I understand some of these terminologies that you use, and I thank the Auditor General for coming up with these kind of things, but we should provide them with mechanisms that would help disaster to make sure they respond as quickly as possible. It's very important. If you want to wait for need assessment, which may take months, people are dying in Sabah Sanjal, we cannot allow that to happen. You see, and there is this social registry system which is going on. I have to commend them because I think that's one thing that can help us. Because if we have a data which will tell you and categorize people who are poor, who are rich, then we will be able to respond immediately. When outbreaks comes, all we need is to go to the social registry system which can specifically tell you those that are poor and those that need those kind of helps. But we don't have it now. We don't have it in the Gambia. So obviously, the data that is provided to disaster, they respond based on those data. And most of the time, they rely on the local councils. But what instrument have you provided to them? Sometimes we need to think. You see, I will thank Gambia Transport Union in this, because during the COVID-19 pandemic, they worked with disaster to make sure that they transported all those goods, all those donations or materials, equipments that were needed, all those food items were distributed. They were transported. I have to thank them. If our local transporters can help us, how about those who are in the system? Let's try to stop sabotaging this system. Let's work for the nation. The sense of patriotism should be inculcated in every Gambian so that we can move the nation. That is the only way out we can go. Some of us are just from China, and we were amazed. When they presented lectures, they tell you what we believe is we are Chinese, China first. Irrespective of any political belief you may have, we see our country first, and that is what we should have in the Gambia. Honorable members, let us try to also sensitize the public. We tell our public officials that Gambia belongs to all of us. Do not mind about who is sitting there as the president or as the managing director or as the speaker or whatsoever the position man holds. Drive it together. Move it together so that this nation can move together. And one thing, sometimes when this audit report comes, you realize that FPAC will be calling institutions to come and also give their statements. That is the time institutions will try to come up with some of these documents that were asked by Auditor General and auditors. Most of them will not provide the relevant information at this time of auditing. Unless and until FPAC calls them, that is the time they try to commit those reports and those documents. My friend, to make the work easy, provide it at the relevant time. I think these things need to be considered. Sometimes when these audit reports are given, you see, or some of them will say, you see, they did not even look at my documents properly. Some of these documents are here. We don't need it. Provide it when at the time it was needed. You don't have to set eye on the Auditor General or on the auditors to say, we don't ban anybody here. It's the government, it's the nation, it's the Gambia. So you can have any personal belief that you have, but when it comes to the truth, we will speak the truth. Because it is only the truth that can set us free, nothing else. And there is not going to be bias play here. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. Honorable Speaker, with those simple remarks, I beg to stick to it.
Honorable members, it looks like honorable members don't accept that the ball is in our court. Looking for provisions in the Constitution or powers or regulations as to what next can you do. As was quoted, the Auditor General, after auditing government accounts, reports directly to the National Assembly. So the Auditor General works with the National Assembly, and more or less by a committee, more with a committee of the National Assembly. And if you look at Section 74 of the Constitution again, 74, you will see that all levels of government, our oversight is more on the executive. But all other portfolios fall within the executive. Whoever you may call in this country, funded by public funds, you either fall under one of these ministries. So what are we looking for? And there is no responsible government in the world that would allow misuse of funds, corruption, and all these things within the system. Nobody would like that. You only use government or the party to cover yourself, but you are not a good person. So I think what we should do, and most of you quoted the Park Peg then. Yes, we were able to, in fact, retrieve from people millions of dollars. Millions. But it's a process. And the parliament must take its responsibility to make sure you are the last line. That's what we need to do. Let's not lament as to what's to be done. We are conferred with all the powers to make sure that things go straight for our common good, for the good of all. Let's not just punish because somebody erred. If we want innovation, you must try new chances. And through that process, errors can happen. That's not for punishment. That's for us to learn from it and move forward. It's calculated. There are recommendations here since 2013 or so. Recommendations coming up, the same recommendations, the same things happening. What is happening? That cannot continue. I think you members must find a solution. And together we should all do it. Only then shall we send the signal. Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I thank the FFAC committee, ranging from all witnesses and also the various clerks. As you have alluded into Section 74, I think it's clearly put. The first phase of COVID-19 report is the same messages that we were singing here on recommendations, or this is what we've recommended. And now we are in the second phase. Honorable Speaker, looking at page 33, on failure to provide information on Janet Commission proceedings or proceeds. The FPAC committee, I want to suggest this as a strong recommendation. I've seen where part of the recommendation, BA, says the Accountant General should liaise with the Minister of Justice to ensure the relevant documents requested are provided immediately. Immediately when and how? Timeline. When you say immediately, maybe the documents are not even available. So what I want to put across here is, we have Janet commissioners who were part and parcel with this commission. I think the added recommendation I want to suggest that they should be invited on solid grounds to come out with anything that the committee is requesting for a proper implementation. And again, also, it has also linked to the Constitution. I wonder this, sometimes I do tell people, in the Gambia, we have one adage. We have laws that are governing process and procedures of finance and management. And the Constitution also is there. And we also have sets of various institutions. But most cases you hear people saying, I think we work on anti-corruption bill, anti-corruption bill, anti-corruption bill. We are seeing a tsunami of corruption that is now working on us. So we will now wait for that anti-corruption bill. If the bill comes again, implementation will be a problem. I think I agree with the speaker that we have to come with solid recommendations. One, for this Janet committee, no commissioner should be left behind. You cannot come and fake the system and you go away scot-free. This is fact. These were people from the Justice Minister down to the last cadre. Even if you are part of the clerks of that Janet Commission. We've seen people where they are part of the commission and they left unhappily about the way systems are going at the Janet Commission. And they came vividly and narrated the ordeal stories of what is going through that particular commission. We are now saying we don't have information through this commission. It's not available. It's not available. And we are happy saying that Janet Commission, where we've implemented, we have sold this, whatever. Where the Justice Minister was here when questions were asked about former presidents, even cows and other issues. They cannot even provide a single receipt. So we want to encourage those steps, and they're still working, and they're also smiling with us. When that is not your money, neither my money, you took somebody's money and sold, or assets and sold, you cannot even be able to show vividly that these are the processes. And now, they are happy going to the state, driving their limousines, marrying, and having a lot of chances in their doing. So I think we are sorry as a country if we don't take the bull by the horn. We'll be narrating this story. So I believe, let's recommend the Janet Commission members from the first to the last cadre, they need to be organized a day where we parade them at the judiciary office so that they'll be able to narrate this. We have to get this document. We have to. We have to. Some of them, they lobby. I want to be a commissioner, I want to be this. We've seen the local government commissions that are going on. It's the same story, my brother. It's the same. It's the same. If you are friendly, I'm the commissioner, I just drag you and say, come join. You think this country is an associate country? We are very sorry. As a commission, a full-fledged commission mandated by the National Assembly and said, do this X, Y, Z. This is your TOR. Auditors will do their work and they said, we cannot find X, Y, Z. We cannot. And they are left flamboyantly flying from the heaven and earth. Today, by this time, they should be at the detention center at the IGP's office. So we have to take actions in this. So I believe one action is, I recommend FPAC, put your pen, note it, that they need all, from the commissioner down to, they have to be arranged at the police headquarters to make sure we investigate them. Now, the other thing also, today, from here, they have to act. From here, we have to instruct the IG. From here, they have to act. If not, they will just take us as ceremonial. They will be voicing. You know sometimes what they tell us? National Assembly, noise makers. All sort of names. So we should move away from those tag names now. Honorable Speaker, I move to I move to the area where they talk of the National Disaster Management Agency, in which distributions, and again, it says the late distribution of food items. It heralded where the Food Safety and Quality Control Authority said some of these foods are not fit for human consumption. Sometimes I wonder how has it happened? Others were and the others are not. We want clarity here, whether they all expire, not fit for consumption in what sense, and whether those food that they bought are different from what was on stock. So we need clarity here in this area. Honorable Speaker, looking at the area of other members have talked about the unconfirmed balances, I want to dilate in this path where you talk about the Yes, it's talking about the key areas of Good. Here it says, page 48, it says losses of public fund. It's clearly put, these are public funds, and they are nowhere to be seen. But the audit report has shown us that they are lost, but clearly showed that Immigration Department, Seaport, police investigation reveals that visa fees amounting to 1,302,000 was received by the cashier, but only 700,000 was paid to the government, leaving a balance of 602, which was shared among what? Said officers. Huh? So it's shared among officers. And now, those officers today, we don't even hear that they are apprehended. They are apprehended. And now put to book and said, so now you can see her freely, and they are going roaming, investigation. So I think we need to maybe do position testing. We do position testing where members of the assembly will even be 1 month, 2 months in another position, another replace, so that we can see the reality. We have to take the bull by the horn. It's unacceptable, this, So look at the order. It says Brikama Health Center unaccounted revenue collections in millions. Brikama Subtest are the same. Kauru, Janjambure, So I believe FPAC. Let's work on a resolution. These people need to face the IGP immediately. They have to. Because if not, we will just be laying this report. At the end of the day, it will not even help. And, Honorable Speaker, the other one also is about the IFMIS. This is very clear. If a system doesn't even have no steering committee minutes, so it means they don't even sit. How do you implement the system? This is no wonder why we are having failures in the IFMIS project. And again also, change of management. It said there is no change management system in place during the period under review. And if you look at the other end, it says here, no service level agreement for internet and generator what? Services. And if you go around, you realize that a lot of those unwarranted issues are happening. UPS is a problem. How do you think that system could work and be able to generate what is expected? So people initiate systems, but the systems must follow the process and procedures. If not, it's a problem. And now look at the recommendation of FPA. It says the Accountant General ensures that clear terms and measurable guidelines are identified and agreed with the service provider. So it means you go into an SLA without even service provider. It's sad. And you call them, you look at them, they are all experts in their areas. You go into SLA without even giving the service provider any issue that you have to do. So you think we are, as a country, on this? So they will just be, brainwashing, and they do whatever they like. So it's also, if you look at the recommendation also, it said the Accountant General should ensure that 2 giant UPS synchronize to avoid any delay in power transmission and manual switching over to be automatic. If misproject, manual. So the Accountant General will even go and tell you that this is what you need to do. And when you said you have a system in place, you had went through and do all your proper feasibility analysis. After all, you're just faking. So it's only that will tell you that it's not correct, is X, Y, Z. This is what they are waiting for, so that the auditor will tell them, do this, don't do this, do X, Y, Z. And again, there's no timeline specified. It's vague. So I tasked the FPAC committee to work on a timeline. When? And the other one also, the committee further recommend that the Accountant General provide FPAC with updates and synchronization of UPS. Yes, it's good, but when are they going to do the update to FPAC? Some of them, if you leave it, they just be continue and they believe it's normal. So I think for this, work on the update, and when do they do all those options to put you in the right decision. Honorable Speaker, to end my discussion on this, I think most of the cases also, you realize that the procurement authorities are also being flagged in certain areas in which I heard saying that we don't need to blame Office of the President. Others who said the area council. It's not about blaming game here. It's about the truth and the hierarchy. I, the father, if I do the abnormal things, what do you expect the sons and daughters will do? There must be samples that are set. And in terms of Section 74 of the Constitution, it's very clear. The responsibility of cabinet and ministers. Honorable Speaker, it says, the Vice President and the ministers shall be collectively responsible to the National Assembly for any advice given to the President in cabinet. And the Vice President and each minister shall be accountable to the President. This is very clear. Ministers, Vice, accountable to the President. And the National Assembly for administration of the department and other business of government committed to his or her chief. So here we have this. I have a jury witness. You see this list of witnesses that are here, and some of them are all, conflicted in issues. So let's work in a resolution. We have to act. This 6 legislative. If arresting starts tomorrow, arresting from where? From Karen Dokoina, arresting starts. They will know that we are not.
Honorable member, can you read that again? You stopped short of reading the whole thing, and it's confusing.
Yes, I said Section 74.
Can you read all again?
It's a responsibility of cabinet and ministers. The Vice President and ministers shall be collectively responsible to the National Assembly for any advice given to the President in cabinet. And the Vice President and each minister shall be accountable to the President and the National Assembly for the administration of departments and other business of government committed to his or her child. So in so doing, we all know it's hierarchy. If the President takes his bulldozer and start, we should also be able to take our bulldozer and start. Collectively, if these 2 bulldozers ally together now, any hanky-panky within that particular will now be called off. And we'll have a smooth move of a country. So if not, we will just be dilating here. Even we act, the President doesn't, or if the President and the National Assembly can also charge and bring those people to book, it still be a problem. So I believe it's high time for us to talk, as Honorable Oluyundum constituent has said here. It's not about party line. It's about that country that we are all in. And as what Honorable Swaibu also said, I think I will also recommend that FPAC could work on the whole sum. How much? In totality. The destruction, the money that are taken over, pocketed, and now been floating, enjoyed. How much? We all know the sum. And key areas of those affections. Then from there, we'll be able to at least work on a resolution and say, okay, from this, we need to pin a timeline. And also, arresting should not be left behind. We should start. When we pass a resolution, tomorrow they start the arrest, I think everybody will be very careful. But they're just taking of the system that the president was in arrest, neither whatever. So if agencies are just being used, you carry and go. Sometimes you hear people, ordinarily, voices outside that if you are not rich in this government, we do hear. If you are not rich in this government, you will not be rich. This is one of the biggest jokes that we are facing as a country. So I mean, you're just taken for granted and say that you can do whatever you like. Nobody will be liable of. So I believe so. Let's act. For me, I am very different. All of us South, you hear a lot of people, anti-corruption bill. We have this affection. We cannot even solve this. Let's pass the anti-corruption bill and we see. The same problem. Let's not joke here. The same problem. Acts are available. Constitution is there. We cannot even implement, neither even act. We are bringing another issues again in our head. When we cannot even solidify and make sure this is protected. So I believe so. May Allah help us and save this country from the smugglers of our finances. We have to make prayers for them. They are taking a lot of our finances, millions, embezzling with their own affairs. Just newly in a position, you are there. So sometimes I may even think that maybe I'm in a foreign country, where the biggest people who will be advocating love for the country, love for the president, they are the biggest thieves that are destroying our nation. But we need to fill the pitholes that we have now, rat holes, we need to fill them. If we fill, we will see a proper trajectory move of this country. On that note, I will end here. And I now task myself and FPAC and all members that let's come with a final solution. Before we leave today, arresting must start this night. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, more names are coming, and we still have about 14 to go so far again. And therefore, honorable members must avoid repetition. And if members listen to you, when you talk and get ready, you sit down to listen to others also. We will be observing. Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, with the way the country is moving, to be honest and with due respect, I believe it is very far from development. But notwithstanding, as Parliament, I believe it is important for us to understand that we are the apex authority, given the mandate by the 1997 Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia to perform oversight function to all government institutions, including the Office of the President. Meaning, this is exactly what the FPAC committee have manifested. And in that regard, I will want to seize this opportunity to commend the chairperson of the committee with his entire team and all the relevant stakeholders that took part as far as this important and comprehensive report is concerned. Honorable Speaker, as far as my deliberation proper is concerned, I will just center it into two thematic areas as far as this report is concerned. One has to do with the broad conclusion of the FPAC. And with your permission, Honorable Speaker, I will just refer the House to page 90 of 97, letter C. That says, none of the area council have a proper financial reporting framework. There is an urgent need for a national reporting framework for all public institutions. To me, this should be in the headlines for today's news and tomorrow morning. Because the local councils are the direct representation of the people, me, you, and everybody here. So if there is no proper financial reporting framework, then where are we? That is why I started by saying, the way I see the country is moving, to be honest, we are very far from development. Honorable Speaker, going further, you will come to realize also letter D that talks about the poor reporting format of the area council is what prevents them from making adequate disclosures. It's the same thing like letter C. If you don't have a proper financial report framework and other means of reporting, how can you better put things in place or in order? This is a call for concern, and I believe as a National Assembly member representing the people of Banjul North and by extension the Gambia should be the concern of the Gambian people. Honorable Speaker, letter E talks about the area councils have previously not been submitting their financial statements to the Select Committee on Regional Government of the Parliament. This is also indeed a concern. Why are they not doing this? And what is the Select Committee on Regional Government of the Parliament doing about this? Honorable Speaker, letter H talks about the committee is currently working with the Accountant General Department and the National Audit Office on the National Assembly resolution of September 2022, which is already 1 year now, and to ensure the recoveries are made on the unretired impress, which I believe a resolution was passed here, and I was expecting a report during the first ordinary session of this year, or even the second ordinary session of this year, but to no avail. I believe the FPAC committee needs to work on this as far as this particular issue is concerned, because we cannot wait anymore for the retirement of the impress, which is indeed very important. It's not a matter of bringing it forward for the fourth ordinary session. No, we have a lot to do during the fourth ordinary session this year. So I believe this issue should be taken seriously, and we work on it as soon as possible. It's already 1 year, and there should be no excuse. Like the saying goes, success can only happen when our dreams are bigger than our excuses. And that is the reality. We are not here to joke. And we are not even jokers because we don't even look like one. So I believe as the solution house, it's important to do the right thing. Honorable Speaker, after saying that, I will go to the broad recommendation of the FPAC. And I will start by the number 2, which talks about MDAs that have not prepared and submitted their financial statements up to 2020 will have only their budget allocations for salaries and utilities considered. As Parliament, let us not change our mind when it comes to this recommendation. It's very important, and it's high time we start setting examples. For salaries and utilities, yes, we can go ahead and approve, but for other things, we keep it and make sure that they do what they're supposed to do. They are paid to do the work. And looking at this recommendation is a clear manifestation of intellectual dishonesty, which is very sad as a nation. Our intellectuals are not supporting the system, and which is unacceptable. So in that regard, like I said, as Parliament, we must stand on this and make sure that this recommendation is adhered to. Honorable Speaker, number 4 of the broad recommendations of the FPAC talks about the GPPAs to submit their annual work plan to the National Assembly latest by the 31st of January each year. This is also indeed a very strong recommendation and also very important. And we must stick to it and make sure that these are dreams that we change to realities, because that is the moment that we are as Gambians. It's high time for us to change dreams to realities. It's no more like coming to the Parliament and start talking about issues that have been occurring all the time. Whatever we talk about here should be solved. Period. Whatever we talk about here as far as it is brought to the attention of the Parliament, should be solved once and for all, and should not be brought back to Parliament. For us to be re-emphasizing, trying to come out with solutions. How many solutions did we come out with since we were elected as members? But notwithstanding, up to date, things are still coming up. They still keep on reoccurring, which is unacceptable. Honorable Speaker, going further, number 12 of the recommendations by the FPAC, that is going forward, the vote controllers of all the MDAs must be present to respond to queries when the audited accounts of government are being disclosed, or discussed rather. This is indeed very important. When directors are called to come and attend or answer to the Parliament, it is high time for them to try by all means to attend themselves or bring people that can make decisions on behalf of the institutions. But not people that will come to us and tell us that I am not to decide, but I will go back to my senior. We will not accept that. From nobody. I mean from no one. As far as you are sent to the Parliament to answer to queries, you must come and answer and also make decisions. Because we don't expect an institution to send a gate man to come and respond to decisions that should be made by the director. That is unacceptable. So this is something that all institutions should take note of and make sure that they must come themselves as directors, as head of institutions, to answer to queries, because they are given the responsibility. They have been mandated, given the powers to run the various institutions. So why are they running away from such situations? They should not. For me, if I was one of them, I would be so glad to go or to attend to any meeting that is called by the Parliament to come and answer to queries, understanding that I know what I'm doing. Honorable Speaker, other points will follow like number 13 and 14, but I will just go to number 15 of the recommendation that talks about the Select Committee on Regional Government, Ombudsman, and IEC should ensure that the Local Government Act 2002 and the Finance and Audit Manual 2004 are reviewed. To me, this is a matter of urgency. I don't know whether the relevant authorities are here, particularly when it comes to the Ministry of Local Government and Lands and the various area councils. This is urgent. A review should take place because we have seen so many things that are happening and which are unacceptable. Like I said, the local councils are the direct representatives of the people. So meaning they are as important as the central government if we really want to move this country forward. So this matter of review of the Local Government Act and the Finance and Audit Manual 2004 is very urgent. Honorable Speaker, number 22 talks about the National Audit Office must take the lead in presenting their annual activity reports, audited financial statements to the FPAC on time. The committee further recommends that the accounts of 2020 to 2022 must be submitted by December 2023. Like I said before, the issue of the area councils not having proper financial report framework should be on the headlines. This also should be on the headlines. To be honest, people need to know, because as National Audit Office, you must set the sample, no matter what. You must set the samples so that each and every institution will follow up. I can remember there was a time when I had this advice from one elderly from my community, who once told me, look, If you go in for anything, let's say you want something from someone, if you want to be respected, try by all means to have something in you. So that when you go to that individual, you will tell him or her, I want to do this, but this is what I have. I need your support. And that is how you lead by example. And I think as a nation, we must be innovative enough now to see how best we can put things in place. Because these laws are governing all these things. And what we're doing here is all about making sure that the law is adhered to. So I will want to take the opportunity to advise and also to recommend to the National Audit Office to adhere to the advice or to the recommendation that the FPAC have given, because this is very important. If they want other institutions to respect them and to see them as authorities that are doing things that will move this country forward, like the saying goes, charity begins at home, it's high time for them to respect themselves and do the needful, and on time for that matter. And this should be something that the FPAC committee should be very strict on. I don't know for other institutions, but for National Audit Office, the FPAC committee should be very strict as far as this decision is concerned towards them. Honorable Speaker, I don't think I will do justice by concluding without sharing with my honorable members this important message, and also by extension, the public. There is a saying that from the city of I don't care will always lead you to the town of had I known. And had I known is the mother of too late. So please, as honorable members, as a nation, let us not fall a victim. Because I believe Gambia must move, Gambia must develop. In that regard, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Banjul North. I now invite the Honorable Member for Serekunda West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I must say the report before us really has flagged a lot of financial indiscipline. And as a result, we are facing a governance crisis. The report has indicated that a lot of managers and directors that are responsible, ministries, and even the office of the president, have really failed because they have failed to meet certain things. Mr. Honorable Speaker, you see, nobody is made a president for nothing. Here we all look on to the president as the leader of this country. If he does not act, we will share it. Because he has a huge responsibility. And we cannot talk about the current presidency without making reference to the previous president. Several speakers have said, you can hate President Jammeh for some human rights violations, but when it comes to governance, he will not wait for any advice. He will act. The mere outcome of our discussions here is enough instruction for the president to act. He needs not wait for anybody. Honorable Speaker, I would want to applaud the committee's recommendation, number 8. With your permission, if I can read. It said the government of the Gambia should work on a long-term plan to create a new office complex for all ministries and their satellite institutions. End of quote. Honorable Speaker, this government has spent $773.5 million on rent for the past 3 years, from 2020 to 2022, on rent. Out of that, 184.5 million was spent on offices within the country, and 589.1 million was spent on outside offices, giving a total of 773.5 million on rent. So if government heed to this advice, it will help. Because this figure will increase as we move on. If we work towards building complexes now, which is a long-term solution, it will yield dividend in the future. But if we fail to, if we come here next 3 years, government would have spent billions on rent. So I think this is a very good recommendation that I would urge government to look at. Honorable Speaker, we have seen unprecedented pay vouchers. If you go to page 13 of the report and look at B, C, and D, you will discover that there has been some unprecedented vouchers. Now, if you make payments and you don't present your vouchers, then that means that payment is lost, because there is nothing to verify that you have paid X or Y. So where has the money gone to? Honorable Speaker, still on the same page, if you look at recommendation D on the 1.6 million, you discover that that amount also is a huge amount. And it seems the money is nowhere to be found. And the recommendation given by the committee is 72 hours. I don't know when this recommendation was given to the state ministries. Maybe not just the recommendations from your report, I mean, 72 hours. So I don't know when, because we are talking about reports of 2020 something to 2019 reports. So it must have been a long time ago. So I want the chairperson of the FPAC to throw more light on that issue of 72 hours given to the particular sector responsible of this 1.6 million that is really not clear where the money goes to. And Honorable Speaker, you go to tourism, you look at the committee's key findings, which includes a difference of 7.8 million between amounts received and amounts distributed. So these are clear evidence that there is a lot of rampant corruption within the system. And like the previous speakers, somebody must be responsible. Somebody must be responsible. If we fail to hold anybody responsible, then the President of the Republic must be held responsible. Because he's the chief. We like it or not, he is the President today, so he must be held responsible. Honorable Speaker, on the non-registered suppliers on page 7 of the report, I am of the belief that we should not push the sanctions to future. No, the sanctions should be immediate, like a lot of people said, or we attach timelines to it. But just to push it on features when we know that something had happened that is not correct, is really very disappointing. Honorable Speaker, the missing of the receipt books after the sale of government assets is also another concern. Because if you don't find the receipts, you are not most likely to find the money. So if this is the order of the day in the Gambia today, then it is sad that really we have a governance crisis because we are marred with rampant corruption and somebody must hold the bull by the horn. If we don't do that, then really we are not doing justice to this country. I would not want to talk of the timber process, because somebody has spoken about that. And also, I wouldn't want to go to page 41, paragraph A. Somebody also have spoken about that. That is the monies paid to Senegal. So, Honorable Speaker, what I will conclude to say would be that the funds that are mismanaged, if we really want to do justice, we must be firm, and our resolution should contain words like those funds must be refunded to the state because it belongs to the state. And also, the long overdue unretired impress. Some few years ago when we came here, it was an amount of $31 million that were impress given to Gambians, and they pocketed it and never retired impress. Now, as we speak, as at the end of April of this year, the amount is over $20 million. So it is a joke. Over 7-8 years now, we can't recover these funds, and some of them are holding over $1 million in their pockets. Honorable Speaker, I promise you, by the close of this session during the adjournment, I will come out with a list of every member that is holding this impress and the amount. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Serekunda West. Honorable members, missing receipt books is one of the worst ways of embezzlement. One receipt book missing, one receipt book with 50 seats. Each seat can collect $1 billion. Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I sincerely want to thank the FPAC committee for the job well done. I am truly happy. And I also want to thank the Speaker and the guidelines the Speaker has been giving us since in the morning, that we can come up with something. And the member for Councillor also states something very important, that we should start arresting the people. They should be arrested. It is time for a nation to be built, and the hope of the nation lies in our hands. We can do something about it. But then, what the head of institutions are saying, the perception that they have, what is in their hearts is that the National Assembly is just filled up with mere talks, and nothing will come out of it. Who is here? In the morning, here was full to capacity. And they have left the National Assembly here. Forget about these people. Nothing will come out of it. Now the ball is now caught. Will we let it go for free? Will we rescue the Gambians? Will we wipe the tears of the innocent Gambian people? Or we will continue to allow them to continue to corrupt the system and go for free? And everybody seated here, you'll be accountable for whatever you let go. I want everybody to note that with seriousness and with commitment. Even if you are related to any individual, any head of institution, if he mismanaged the public fund, he must be accounted for it, without compromise, without begging for relations. Most of the time, I wonder, the idea of democracy, does it mean that you can go with public fund for free and nothing comes out of it? Well, then and only then the West will hail you as a democratic government. This is actually what we are seeing. Look at this government, what is happening here. All the institutions, almost 99% of the institutions are found wanting. They are not showing commitment. If you mismanage the public fund, what is that telling us? You are telling us that we will drain this country and continue to drain it. The hope of the nation lies in the National Assembly.
whether the people know it or not, whether they have faith in us or not, the fate of the nation lies in our hands. We have the powers vested in us, and the ball is now in our court. From now on, the FPAC committee, let them adjust with the recommendation, and let us come up with resolutions and whatsoever to hold them to account and start arresting them immediately. And some of them should be sent home until when they are able to pay the money that is required. In fact, if you are able to pay the money, still the honest aspect of yours have already evaporated. You are no longer honest to hold public office. Competency for any public office requires all your honesty, your sincerity, your passion, your patriotism towards the nation that you have. The ministers have not shown any sign of respect to the parliament. Head of institutions have not shown any sign of respect to the parliament, according to what we have seen. To move further, with the Gambia trying to satisfy Senegal in terms of timber deals and paying Senegal some amount of money, it is interesting that France will loot Senegal and Senegal will loot Gambia. What will be left of us? Nothing. Nothing will be left of us as a nation. It is time for us as a nation to wake up from constant slumber and stand to defend what we own. Don't worry about who is the head of state or whatsoever. That you are supporting the head of state, you allow him to loot your resources. That is a serious sin on every patriotic citizen. This is why we should defend what we own, and we should not allow any foreign country to come and loot the resources of this country. The ministries, government institutions on rent. I am still going with the FPAC report. The government owned, I can say the government owned all the land in the country, and the government could not build institutions but continue to rent. You continue to rent, but you cannot build institutions. In the process of that renting institutions, you continue to involve into corruption. The individual brother whom you are renting from, you will be gaining benefit from that guy, and then the trend continues. Every now and then, we are budgeting on renting department. The Ministry of Higher Education is still on rent. When will that stop? Ministry of Interior on rent. National Human Rights Commission on rent. When will that stop as a nation? We expect individual or private owners to be renting, but not government to be renting departments in this 21st century. So it is time for action to be taken. And we should come up with immediate action. I thank you all for your kindness.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang. I now invite the Honorable Member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I thank honorable colleagues here present, our support staff, and few institutional heads and agencies that are present here. Honorable Speaker, we are looking at a report which can be called as the development budgets of this country. Why did I say so? It's because the report presented to us captured a lot of malpractices, malpractices of government funds that can be used to develop our country in various aspects. I will start with the importance of an institution that is taxed with the constitutional provision to do auditing. That is the audit office. If you, Honorable Speaker, if you look at section 160, section 160 of the Constitution, section 160 of the Constitution, B, which says, the Auditor General shall satisfy himself or herself that monies charged on the consolidated fund or other public fund appropriated by an act of the National Assembly and expended has been applied for the purpose for which it was so charged or appropriated for, and that is the expenditure should conform to the authority that governs it. Looking at this provision of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, it is telling us the audit office exercise and recommendations are not just mere opinion. They have the constitutional base. Honorable Speaker, all these funds are appropriated and given to various institutions for a particular and specific purpose. Honorable Speaker, the report has features that funds that are allocated for specific and particular purpose were not being used in that respect. What that is evidence and featured in the FPAC report. Let's see, for instance, Honorable Speaker, the COVID-19 fund, page 9. The COVID-19 fund, Honorable Speaker, food items were given to the general public just to alleviate that suffering that the pandemic has exposed us to. But having gone through that report, you will see to read that there are certain villages that were targeted to be beneficiaries of these food items, and it has not been distributed to them. But Honorable Speaker, the report also reveals that there are bags of rice and sugars that were left over in the governor's places and also at some other places where these items were kept. And some of these food items were spoiled, whilst Gambians, our brothers and sisters, the poor farmers, who cannot even afford a bag of rice or any other provisions, go to sleep hungry. Honorable Speaker, there are issues raised in this report, like, if you permit me to read, the Regional Disaster Coordinator of ESCOS reported that the stock balance of 389 bags of sugar was kept in the NDMA store. Out of these, 363 have been claimed to be collected by the Executive Director of MDMA, leaving the balance of 66 bags that were distributed to the flood victim. Honorable Speaker, at first place, if the need assessment was done professionally and correctly, there should be no leftover of these food items during the COVID period. But as we know, during the COVID period, even the need assessment is based on political line. A classical example will be in Yarambamba itself, where the President heals, and where I resident. There are households who are extremely poor in Yarambamba, and they do not benefit from these food distributions. And they are Gambians. Honorable Speaker, there are a lot of irregularities that the reports have shown. Honorable Speaker, the same page 10, late distribution of food items. There were excessive delay in the distribution of food items in RRR, West Coast, and some of the food items got damaged while in storage. 28 bags of 50 kilogram rice and 1 bag of 50 kilogram sugar for LRR and West Coast. 541 bags of 50 kilogram rice, 65 bags of 50 kilogram rice were all confiscated by the Food Safety and Quality Control Authority because they were not fit for human consumption. This certificate of confiscation was not provided to the auditors for review. How can you believe in that statement? Food items you claim were not fit for human consumption. As a result, the agency responsible for that confiscated that item from you without giving you a receipt. My friend, this COVID fund states that we are very serious about it. We have seen their president acted stiffly to make sure that those who embezzle these COVID funds during that critical period face the consequences. We all hear the president of Malawi. All those who involved in destroying people's life and livelihood. Government cannot appropriate funds for a specific purpose, more especially at that critical period, and people just go and enrich themselves with those funds. Are we not Gambians? It's our brothers and sisters who suffered most during this critical period. We should have that human face to make sure that this is a period when the needies stay at home without going for their normal exercise at the market to find his money. This is the period when even the office workers struggle to put food on the table, more so the downtrodden ones who are not engaged in anything. So these things are stories that are incapable to be believed in, so we definitely need the FPAC and the National Assembly to come up with a strong recommendation to make sure that those who are found wanting to face the full force of the law. Also, on the same page, page 11, there should be standard guideline for the transportation and distribution of food items. The committee further recommend that, that's the recommendation, the committee further recommend that the executive director of the NDMA must account for all the remaining stock balance within 10 days. Are we, the FPAC is telling us that there are still remaining items in stock. I can't just believe that. This was 2019 to us, now we are in 2023. Meaning, the funds have been disposed for a specific purpose, and that purpose has been elapsed now. Why should we have those things in stock? I think I need a further clarification from FPAC whether still there are some food items that are in stock. I will also also move to the distribution of medical items. Honorable Speaker, the report have also shown us that unprecedented payment vouchers in respect of payment of 1,650,000 for allowances to frontliners workers were missing. Neither the Accountant General nor the agencies could provide this documentation, despite several demands by the auditors. Honorable Speaker, I think if you look at section 160 sub 5 of the Constitution, the auditors also have the power. If there is discrepancies in reconciling some of these things, just report the matter to the Inspector General of Police. They should act. These are fraud. It's very disheartening that during this critical period, people risk their life to be frontliners for us, you and me, who are sitting home, all to be, all of a sudden, their money that they should benefit for their labor were not realized. That is a joke. I think all those who are seriously involved in this embezzlement of public COVID-19 funds should face the full force of the law. I go to the recommendation of the FPAC, where they said all payment should be supported with a payment voucher, and this should be retained for the audit purpose. Payment should not be processed without such a trial being in place. The missing payment vouchers receipt of the payment of 1,650,000 must be produced within 72 hours, failing which the vote controllers should reimburse. What should reimburse? They should be arrested, honestly. Reimburse what? Since 2019, 2020, 2020, now we are in 2023. The money that you cannot reimburse 2019, 2020, 2021. Now that, how can you reimburse that? Please, they are just, it is fraudulent, and the law has a cost to take its place. That is for the COVID issue. Honorable Speaker, we move to the Gambia Minister of Tourism and Culture. Honorable Speaker, let's see the unbudgeted payment. Total payment of 1,840,000 was made to various associations in the tourism industry and some individuals that were not included in the budget. The difference between cash withdrawal and total payment, there was a difference of 520 between amount received to support individuals in the informal sector and actual amount disbursed to beneficiaries by the auditors, and no explanation was provided to account for the difference. Like the Minister of Tourism also did some terrible things during this COVID period. They have laid people who are, they have laid people to sit down, not to come to work, who are genuinely employed by that institution. And they were not paying some of them. The report is here with the National Assembly. But they can go and pay some of individuals whose names were not captured in the list. So this is a joke. And the ministry also received an amount of 100 million. But out of this 100 million, we have seen 800, out of this 100 million, not everything was given for what it was intended, but a leftover of 7 million was not being given out as it has been appropriated. So these are some of the things that that are not, within the limits of the law, and definitely they should face the law for doing contrary to the provision of the audit provision in the Constitution. Having said that, there are so many irregularities in these reports, but all boil down to the same thing, that is mismanagement of public funds. When it comes to contract-related issues, you will certainly, it has been certainly featured in this report that the Office of the President also engaged in awarding contracts that are not even tendered, but this single sourcing is not bad, it's within the laws. But then, why is it that always this government single source to only one enterprise, that's gay enterprise? Because I can see the renovation of the president's office, single source to him, to that enterprise. And also, the Banjul project is also single source to him. So we need explanation, please, FPAC. What peculiar interest did the government have to be single sourcing only to one enterprise?
Just to make records straight, not Banjul project. I think in particular, State House of 70 million to renovate and construct a new state. Yes.
He did not understand what I'm saying. He didn't understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, yeah, you are distracted, but anyway, I have my facts, so. What I'm saying is, don't make me to talk, What I'm saying is, we have seen a contract been awarded to Gay Enterprise. Guy Enterprise, which has been single sourced, and it cost a government millions to pay that money. And we have also seen in this report, the Banjul project also was, single sourced and give to the same particular company. We want the FPAC to verify this. What did the government have? Whether there are kickbacks that are always expected from the company, just verify so that we know those who are culpable for this act should be brought to book. On that note, I want to disabuse the mind of the general public and the Gambians at large that the audit reports are not just mere opinion. We have a constitutional provisions that sanctions their activities in this country. And if any head of department is aligning yourself with those remarks that, oh, these are just opinions, we are saying the provision is very clear. The appropriation is done for the monies to be disbursed to you for a specific purpose. Upon request by the auditors, you should be able to prove beyond reasonable doubt that with receipts, that this money is intended for this particular purpose, and these are the receipts that, that would suffice for the evidence. But without that, my friend, let's respect, only with our audit office should be able to put this country into firm footing, if it is respected. Because the auditors go and unearth several irregularities and mismanagement of our public funds. Once it has been unearthed, we should act immediately to make sure that those who, pocketed those funds into their individual, business should be held to book, should face the full force of the law. So on that few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Busumbala. I now invite the Honorable Member for Upper Fuladu West.
He's not in.
He's out. Honorable Member for Combo South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Let me also join my colleagues to thank ECPAC and the team of support staff from the National Assembly Services and all those who appeared before them to enable them to produce this report, which is very damning, and then it shows the extent of mismanagement, bad governance, and lack of commitment in our country. Honorable Speaker, I think having said this, it will be very important for us to have the heads of institutions here, ministries, departments, and agencies, to listen to what is coming up from the National Assembly. And I think this is very important. There are two key specific things that the report is revealing. Capacity building and skills development is lacking in this country, and it is not being done in the right way. And it is about time that we bring the ministry together, especially the Ministry of Public Service Administrative and Reforms, to work with PMO and PSC to see adherence to the Public Finance Act, the Financial Act, and the Public Order for civil servants and people working in public sectors to understand their roles. And this is very clearly stated in the 1997 Constitution. Section 221 talks about the role of civil servants, the role of public servants, and how they have to behave when they are holding public office. And I think these things are very key, Honorable Speaker. Without that, we are not going to move. Taking cue from what the member for Woodley East said, if ECPAC can calculate and give us a total list of mismanagement, misappropriation for all these ministries, departments, and agencies, it is going to run, will be very close to the budget that we have appropriated for 2023. It will be very close to the total budget that we have appropriated for 2023. Environment alone is over $7 billion. Offices that have mismanaged public funds is over $7 billion. And all other things that added together. So you can see the extent of mismanagement of public funds in this country. And how do we deal about this? Various sections of the Constitution, the Financial Act, are very clear on these things. What we need to do is we need to act as an entity, and this responsibility lies here with us. And we have to support ECPAC all the way through to ensure that we implement the results that are being laid before us. Honorable Speaker, going through the procedures that are laid, and that's why I am saying there is need for proper capacity building and skill development so that people are going through what they need to do as an individual, as an institution, as an entity
to ensure that they adhere to the principles of good governance, transparency, and accountability in our various departments and agencies. Unless that is done, we are going to continue to see these things happening. Because people who are doing this are blatantly, continuously doing these things. And what they are saying, as alluded to by previous speakers, nothing is going to come out of these things, because this is a norm and they have been used to it. Honorable Speaker, looking at some of the recommendations, and I think it is also very important for us to really look at the recommendations and draw up the timelines. And these timelines will need to be communicated. I think that is also very important. When resolutions and recommendations are done, we need to disseminate all this information to the heads of departments, agencies, and also ministries, and also the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, to make sure that these reports are there for follow-ups. And the various committees will have to take the responsibility to follow up with all those departments and agencies that fall under their purview. Unless we do that, Honorable Speaker, I think it is going to be very difficult for us to make headway. And when it comes to the performance of contracts, the awarding of contracts, you look at contracts are designed in a way very well written. When it comes to implementation and execution, the formula is changed. The formula is changed because people have inserted or embedded some clauses in that thing, and where they change it to suit their own interest. And in that way, as the process goes on, before the end of the implementation, there is a big gap. Unless we need to do that, we need to improve on the monitoring, evaluation, and learning processes. That's why it is very important when you are monitoring and evaluating, you need to involve learning. What are the new things that you learn in that process? And how do you cope to ensure that those things that you have learned are given the directives and enable you to find a way which will enable people to deter people to be able to do those kind of things that will be recurring. Honorable Speaker, I think when it comes to the issue of our rental for office spaces, CORA is an institution that needs to work. We still have institutions, or we have government properties that we still cannot even identify where they are. And the status of those, government properties are all deteriorating, and we continue to pay monies for rental purposes, both in and abroad, here and abroad, and that is not good for the country, and that is also pegged about 700 million plus. By 2024, it will go to 1 billion. Honorable Speaker, I think these are things that we need to do. To conclude, Honorable Speaker, I think this FPAC report is a learning point for all of us, and as a National Assembly, we need to stand down and then come out and then make sure that all what is being said there and all the resolutions that are going to be derived from this report are implemented fully before the end of the year. On that note, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Combo South, for your brilliant summation and no repetition. Honorable Member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for granting me the opportunity to give our take as per to the report we have here at hand. The report actually doesn't have any new element, I would say, if it's compared to the first phase of the report. Basically, most of the findings in the first phase have just been reaffirmed, I would say, in the second phase of the report. I would like to thank the FPAC committee for bringing and summarizing up this wonderful sourcing report that has pinpointed key areas of highlight that has really helped us in having a more in-depth understanding of exactly where most of our country coffers, or monies that should be put into the consolidated funds, are being redirected, I would say. Most of the members have touched on very important areas, Honorable Speaker. But I think I wouldn't do justice in also putting my say with regards to the COVID-19 distribution methodology, among other things that transpired. Yeah, I think it's an electricity problem. Yeah, Honorable Speaker, we've been, though the report has been overtaken by time and events, but it is as important as ever before. These sums of money are a total gathering of taxpayers' money, also from environments, external funding and grants, but also through fundraising programs. All these monies have been gathered for a particular purpose, Honorable Speaker. And it's clear from this documentation that its purpose has been defeated. I would first start in page 10, Honorable Speaker, with regards to the late distribution of food items. It says here that delays in the distribution of food items in LRL and CRR particularly got items damaged while in storage. And these damaged items were confiscated according to the report. But the certificates of the confiscation were not provided for the auditors for review. So one wonders, how can you substantiate exactly what transpired, how distribution methodology was conducted, you know, and also how it doesn't make any sense to me, Honorable Speaker. Also, in the same vein, I would like to say that the actors relevant in this case, Honorable Speaker, are well known to us. I'm just repeating it. I said it in the first phase during my tribulation. These are people that we know. These are not. It's not a hit and run whereby you have to search for the culprit. These are people that are within our midst because it went through a proper channel, right? The government initiated the COVID-19 response strategy, whereby key stakeholders were invited to bring forth their ideas and strategies as well as to how to distribute these items. And they were given to the relevant stakeholders to distribute to their relevant entities. And unfortunately, these things couldn't be done judiciously, Honorable Speaker. Part of the key findings in page 12, Honorable Speaker, it is said that an emergency, with regards to the funding and payments, the government of the Gambia, through relevant stakeholders, build environments, finance the health sector in response to the COVID-19 strategy, emergency fund for a tune of $750 million. $100 million amount to 13% that were to be paid as allowances to the people once in those that are in the front line, that is the front line workers, Honorable Speaker. I would like to say that during that period, Honorable Speaker, I was part of the few CSO in the Gambia here, more specifically Banjul, that were involved in this process. And that we conducted our own survey through the City Council, whereby we went to every household and did our registration process. And then after the distribution came, we judiciously distributed these items to the relevant households based on the particular data that we have. And I still have that data with me, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, one would question, why are some items or some monies that should be paid to the frontline workers weren't forthcoming? As we speak, Honorable Speaker, I have friends that were part of the distribution process that actually work as laborers, I would say. And these are young volunteers within the Banjul vicinity who rendered their services when the need came, when the call came. And they still haven't been paid their monies, Honorable Speaker. So I can personally attest to that. Honorable Speaker, if you look at page 22 of the report, with regards to environments, yes, with regards to environments, it is said here, Honorable Speaker, that the environments above the 75% threshold. A review of the itemized report revealed that 104 environments totaling over 2 billion were above the threshold of the 75%. That is contrary to the Section 29, subsection 4A of the Public Finance Act 2014. So this means that our own regulations, we've gone beyond our own regulations, Honorable Speaker, and still there's nothing to be accounted for it. And there were no measures that are taken in order to make sure that these things, Honorable Speaker, are remedied. Honorable Speaker, if we go to page 24 of the report, I know that many have alluded with regard to the contract awarding processes. I would just like to re-emphasize the need to pinpoint that the Honorable Member for Busumbala was spot on, because I did even highlighted that it really can be called a coincidence that a single contractor who doesn't follow the due diligence and the given guidelines and the procurement regulatory procedures on multiple occasions have been given multiple contracts from the government, and these are people that have not been following the procurement rules and regulations, Honorable Speaker. So this is a big question mark as to why we keep giving these same people these contractual awardings, Honorable Speaker. If you come to 26, for example, the Banjul Rehabilitation Project, the Banjul Drainage Road and Sewage System, Honorable Speaker, it said here that major omissions such as, and these are very important omissions in any project process, Honorable Speaker. It says here the detailed study and design, the work schedule, the bill of quantity in Lot 1 prepared for by the Minister of Transport, conducted to confirm that the contractor has, a research was made to confirm if the contractor has available financial resources, that is the muscle, including the performance security to execute the project. And upon these findings, it was found out that, Honorable Speaker, the needed documents we are in put forward to confirm that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if we check page 30, with regards to the GREX scanning proceeds, Honorable Speaker, it said here that during the audit, it was noted by the auditors that $132 million was collected in respect of scanning fees. However, they are concerned that the daily collection of report of scanning fees is recorded in an Excel file and no backup, Honorable Speaker, is maintained.
Honorable Member, when you are making references, be specific.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, page 30.
You talked about page 30.
Yeah.
You go to the paragraphs are numbered.
Okay.
Paragraph 3.3.2.1.
Okay.
Then you put the headline so that members would follow you wherever you are.
That's right.
You don't only refer us to the page.
Page 30, on page 30, 3.3.2.1.1. No backup of daily.
You have just read that. We have got that word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to move to 33. That is failure to provide information as part of the JANEC Commission proceedings, Honorable Speaker. It is said here that as part of the audit of the 2019 government of the Gambia consolidated financial statements by the auditors, it was noted that the treasury receipts amounting to $22 million was reported as proceeds from the sale of assets by the JANEC Commission, Honorable Speaker. And there's no information whatsoever as to where these particular monies are, Honorable Speaker. I think these are very key highlights because this is a commission that was set up to regulate the irregularities in the country. So it is prudent, Honorable Speaker, that we put due diligence to this to make sure that also future commissions that are being set up follow the right procedures, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you go to page 41, with regards to areas and guarantees, there is 3.9. 3.10 under deposits, B. It says here, third-party accounts with balances at the end of the year. Auditors' discussion with officials at the Attorney General revealed that some deposit accounts are transit accounts in which third-party funds are held. As a result, the account balances should be transferred to the relevant accounts, Honorable Speaker. So here, with regards to deposit, Honorable Speaker, it should be transferred to accounts that are linked to the consolidated fund. So one might question or wonder why third-party accounts are being created with regards to the deposits, Honorable Speaker. If you go to page 43 in the report, Honorable Speaker, I will just skip that because it's in relation to the timber aspect. It's been buttressed here by members. So for time's sake, I'll just skip that and move to 48, Honorable Speaker. Page 48, 3.13, under losses of public monies, Honorable Speaker. These are losses that are not fully recovered or written off. Here, it is noted that the auditors, noted by the auditors that that review of the fraud file revealed that 9 fraud cases were investigated. The monies misappropriated by the officials were not fully recovered. And here, it says that there are no evidence provided to show that any legal action has been instituted, Honorable Speaker, with regards to this. So it means people can just confiscate public funds and just walk scot-free. Honorable Speaker, I'll move to page 54, Honorable Speaker. With regards to the poor management aspects. So it's saying here that discrepancies in the recording and management of staff personnel file across ministries with the following weaknesses identified. Files are not being recorded in the registers. Page 54, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, under which
page
number?
Page 54, under poor record management, 3.18.3.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So within these discrepancies, Honorable Speaker, based on the poor record management, Honorable Speaker, through the IFMIS, it's been even revealed that certain people that were contracted have their salaries still being paid, that amount up to $30,000 that are still being paid to them due to the poor management of the IFMIS system, Honorable Speaker. And this is a cause of alarm, Honorable Speaker. And these are recurrent month after month, and they are being paid. So, Honorable Speaker, finally, I would like to touch on page 69. I would like to touch on page 69 on the on the independence of the Independent Stadium. On the National Sports Council, Honorable Speaker, 69. Here, within the findings, it said that the approved budget of the National Youth Sports Council is not communicated to them by the Minister of Youth and Sports. Thus, they do not even know how much budget is approved for them. I just don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. A satellite institution that doesn't even know its own budget, Honorable Speaker. This just doesn't make any sense to me. Honorable Speaker, just to finally buttress on, I just wanted to highlight these key discrepancies that I thought needed to be highlighted because most have been eluded by the members. I would like to say that the idea of Honorable Member for Woolly East really makes sense. I think that the Attorney General can discuss with the relevant institutions that are relevant to this particular cause in making sure that they come up with exactly a tangible amount of the total sum that has been appropriated with regards to the COVID-19 disbursement. And then if they calculate it with regards to the losses, I think we'll be able to come up with a particular sum to know exactly how much money has been lost with regards to this project. Honorable Speaker, this has just showed our poor mode of fiscal settings in this country, and that recently the President has come up with a travel ban in order to see how best we can manage our fiscal lapses, because the country is not there at the particular moment. So I think, yeah, no. I think it's a good area to look into, but I think this report is enough evidence to show us exactly where all these monies that should have gone to the consolidated fund should be going, Honorable Speaker. Yeah. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to holding public office or being taxed to handle institutions, I think this has to do more with moral values. I think a honorable member did make mention here that some people, when they are given certain mandates or they are given opportunities to lead, they only see it as ways to enrich themselves and to the detriment of the people that they serve. I think most of the people out there only see elected officials like us, the National Assembly members, as those that should be held accountable, Honorable Speaker. Exactly. And exactly. And I think we've been the highlight of much, I would say, discourse recently with regards to certain things that have erupted based on misinformation, among other things. But I think our job here is to make sure that the funds go to the relevant sectors. But it is their duty to make sure that those monies are fit for purpose and spent judiciously, Honorable Speaker. So I think the public also need to also redirect the same course to these institutions, to be following the Parliament well. I think the population should also be acquainted with this particular report to know that us as an institution really do our level best to make sure we appropriate funds to the relevant ministries or sectors, but it's also their duty to make sure it is executed to the maximum. But unfortunately, this has showed real lapse in leadership, and I think like all other honorable members here in this august body, I would like to add my voice to say that I think people, after investigation, proper investigations are done, people that are found wanting with regards to these cases really need to be put to book, Honorable Speaker. And I like the idea that under the recommendations that it's been said that some of these faulters should be reprimanded, which I applaud. And I think also the National Assembly should also do our level best to make sure that, and we also have to understand that we are not here to just complain. We have the powers to make all these regulations and to also find solutions as to how to change this status quo. So the FPAC should also be coming up with biannual reports. I think this is very important. That will also help us in following up and be more in line with certain institutional processes to help us make key decisions that are beneficial to the entire populace. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, you are accountable to the people. The people are doing their job, and they delegated power to you so that the institutions are accountable to you on their behalf. You are not doing it. They are doing their own. Honorable Member for Basse. Honourable Member for Basse.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute on this report. I also have to join my colleagues to thank the FPAC committee through their chairperson for doing a good job. Honourable Speaker, looking at the timber process, it is really disheartening and, in quote, failure to provide the number of containers exported by agents. For me, this language is deliberate, and the Auditor General have to go extra mile to a third party to get this information. And I don't expect an agent who is licensed even to be going this far. And also, looking at the unaccounted government revenue, the number of containers which was discovered from 1st January to 30th of April was 2,393, which was a revenue income of $8,614,800 US. That was not a small amount to the coffers of the government. It has covered a lot of operations within the government. And however, the auditors could not confirm the state amount remitted to the relevant government accounts. Even with all the struggle, still the auditors were not sure whether these amounts were remitted into the government accounts. So it means it is a joint parties who are conniving in order to defraud the state. And I hold the Ministry of Environment responsible, because these agents are directly under the Minister of Environment, and the Minister of Environment is monitoring these agencies. By right, if they are doing their job, they should have this data in their files. At least every 3 months or every 6 months, they have every data, whatever is being exported or income should be in their files. So the Auditors General should have not go extra mile to pause to get this information. And looking at from January to March, this was the amount. And they cannot even understand from May to December how much it should have been. So it means these are huge monies. And I don't think the FPAC report should compromise on those things. For me, the officials of this ministry during the time of 2019 should be called to book and asked for and be accounted for this monies, because they can be even charged for aiding and abetting, because if they see the agents are doing this, they are the one covering them. So I think in that case, there should be more measures on these officials of the Ministry of Environment in 2019. And also the agents, if they are given license, I think their license should be suspended or terminated until further notice, for them to recover all this, to disclose all relevant information to the ministry and to the auditor, so that at least these accounts or these monies can be accounted for. Honourable Speaker, on the losses of public money, I quote, "It was noted by the auditor that review of the fraud file revealed that 9 fraud cases were investigated and reported in the financial statement during the period under review. The monies inappropriate by the officials were not fully recovered, and there was no evidence of active mechanism in place to recover these monies." So it means with time, these monies will be treated as bad debt. Because looking at the report here, there is no mechanism in place that will show, yes, these monies can be recovered or it is going to be recovered. So it's not indicating anything there. So I believe these officials should be prosecuted, and also to at least to this official found wanting should be punished or prosecuted for defrauding the state or taxpayers' money. Looking at the tables, these are a lot of monies which are defraud, and you know the Gambia is a tax-based economy or a revenue-based economy. And looking at all these monies, and these are the institutions that will outcry, telling you they are under-budgeted or they are under-subvented or their allocations are small. And with all these amounts, some of these amounts or monies are even more than some of their 3 months allocations. Had it been these monies were properly managed and put into good use or properly coordinated, at least I don't think we will have that type of shortage when it comes to allocations to ministries, or when even situations where they will be undercut. Honorable Speaker, revenue leakages in institutions, I said it here last week, that is the most serious thing that is affecting these institutions or revenue collection institutions. Officials in these institutions are diverting taxpayers' money, government funds, to their own personal use. In those days, even if you have a compound, you dare not to even expose it that this is my compound, talk less of driving expensive vehicles, because you feel at any time you can be called for questioning. But nowadays, I'm very proud of to stand before my home or at the front of my gate and have a photo and post it on the social media. And whilst driving expensive vehicles in the street, looking at my annual income is far less than the value of that compound or even the vehicle. So I believe the FPAC should work hand in glove with Minister of Finance in looking at these revenue leakages, how to address them or to minimize them. I think it will help us a lot. FPAC, please help us in that aspect. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, looking at FPAC's broad recommendation, I have two proposals to add on to it. One, or let's say number 2, you have 22, I'm proposing 23. There should be a capacity building or orientation by these institutions, that is the Accountant General Office, the Auditor General Office, and GPPA, on officials responsible in these areas and their enforcement. Because what we are seeing is officials who are not competent or who are not doing their right job. But I think if they are capacitized and also they are monitored in every 3 months or every 6 months, I don't think there will be this issue of running away from responsibility. Because the Auditor General, they have officials in all the institutions. The Accountant General also have officials in all the institutions. Likewise, the GPPA, they have officials in all the institutions. Let every institution capacitize or orient his members within these institutions so that they can do what they are expected to do and also try to at least control the funds and do what they are expected. They all should be financial discipline when it comes to revenue collection in these institutions. 24, there should be a quarterly or every 6 months, financial or activities for proper activity report, for proper monitoring and scrutinizing in making institutions to be compliant. Again, leaving them every year or 2-3 years, and still now when they come back to FPAC, they just have this problem of compliance. I think it's important for them to be constantly monitored, at least if it is every 3 months, so that there are forms or baselines where they will be reporting on their incomes and activities every 3 months, which the auditor's office and the Accountant General will be monitoring, because the Accountant General, they are now financing these institutions, and the auditors also will be looking at those reports to make sure at least where the monies allocated to them are put into good use, and also the procurement process are also in the right direction. I believe the Honorable Member for Combo South also alluded on it, that is the capacity building, which I also emphasize on it, is very important, because some of the members are not capacitized, and when they are capacitized, I think they will do better than sitting down every year on this report, getting the same blame of capacity building or non-compliance or shifting blames to other officials. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Basse. I now invite the Honorable Member for Ilyasa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to register my dissatisfaction about heads of institutions who were present here in the morning, and unfortunately, their seats are empty. And it is important for them to be here and listen to the comments that will definitely help them in their various institutions. But it's unfortunate that they've all left. And if you could remember, sometimes we'll be here with ministers and even the vice president. From morning to night time, we'll be here with them. So I see no reason why these people should leave at that time. So I'm really disappointed, Honorable Speaker. Again, Honorable Speaker, let me join my colleagues to thank FPAC through their leader for doing a wonderful job to come up with this report. Honorable Speaker, we definitely realize that by looking at this report, the auditors definitely had queries in all the institutions, almost all the institutions. This is disappointing. This is definitely disappointing. But heads of institutions should be sincere and they should be committed to their job so that we move this country forward. But with this attitude, definitely it will be very, very, very difficult. And I think as National Assembly members, we should try and exercise our power. That's the only thing that will move this country forward. But if we keep on talking and we will not act, nothing absolutely will be done. And it is going to be a failure for all of us. So we should act, and if we are to act, we should act swiftly. Honorable Speaker, by looking at this report, definitely it is telling us that we have management problem in this country. We have management problem in this country. By looking at this report, all the institutions, you have problems there. And to address this problem, as I said before, as National Assembly members, we should act. We should not relax. When we relax, it is going to be a failure for everybody. It is going to be a total failure for everybody. So I'm urging the National Assembly members, let us minimize talking and that we act swiftly in order to address this problem in the country. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Ileasa. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sandu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We have a document in front of us today. Very important, very critical. First, I want to look at page 43, the timber process. On page 43, where you have failure to provide the number of containers exported by agents. Honorable Speaker, it is baffling to note that an institution like the Ministry of Environment cannot account for the number of containers exported by their agents. That means something is fizzy. Something really is fizzy, and it needs to be investigated, to get to the root bottom of what happened from December 2019, May to December 2019. And it also said unaccounted government revenues. another thing to laugh about, definitely. When the auditors third party confirmation with Gambia Ports Authority revealed that 2,393 containers of wood were shipped for the period of 1st January 2019 to 30th April 2019. Therefore, it is expected that revenue from 1st January to April 2019, based on the numbers of containers exported, is estimated at $8,614,800. A big figure which one cannot leave, like that without getting to its root. This is unacceptable in even the smallest institution, the private institutions, much more a government one. We expect the government to have well-trained personnel to take care of these things. And if it is not happening, then something is really fizzy, and government needs to get to the root bottom to make sure corruption is averted in all institutions of our country. I call on the President, after looking at this document, I called on the FPAC to make resolutions which will be accepted by the whole House and then submitted to the President to look at those documents, this report, and the resolutions be effected like it should be expected of him to avert public resources going to people's pocket, definitely. From there, we move to the councils. Under the councils, you have the Banjul City Council, where the key finding, the mayor confessed to FPAC that the figures on their financial statement were just made up. which is criminal, definitely. It's criminal to made up figures, especially presenting them before the National Assembly, and they should be held accountable, like every public officer. Yes. A general comment about the councils. All councils in the country are not up to task. All councils. The rural councils and those in the urban areas are not up to task regarding looking at their figures and looking at the way their reportings are set. You know, it is disappointing to note that the bigger expectation is, those people will present us good reports. At the end of the day, they flouter, all rules that we expect. We expect not. The NDMA, it's also baffling to note that during COVID 2019, bags of rice were missing, were not delivered where they're supposed to be delivered. And those that are accountable, those that are responsible should be accounted for and be subjected to pay the consequences. Finally, I call on the President of the Republic of the Gambia, after looking at this report, let FPAC take that responsibility and sit with the President and give him the recommendation of the Parliament for him to act on. Let those people who are found responsible be prosecuted, be taken out of the civil service, to sanitize. We have better people. We have better people who can man our institutions, with clean records. This is, not good for our country. This is not good for any institution. This is not good for any government. And if we want to continue like this, this country will sink. And nobody wants this country to sink, not from the government side, not from the opposition side. Because tomorrow, nobody knows what happened, definitely. But if we want to take this country forward, we have to act. And those people who are responsible, they cannot man our position. Let them go home. Definitely. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sandu. I now invite Honorable Nominated Member Maimouna Sise.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I will first of all apologize for my heavy voice. I have a common cold, which is about to get me through. Honorable Speaker, I would like to join my colleagues to thank the FPAC committee for taking their time doing this best composition of this report for us to go through and digest what it entails. Honorable Speaker, this report is very disheartening. I am very disappointed, and I think the whole nation will be disappointed by hearing what is happening or by reading this report. Any genuine Gambian who loves your country, you don't have to love the government or love the president, but you need to love your country. As they say in the Mandinka dialect, Banku kano be limani ala kono. When you love your country, you do better for your country. We have to start from worst, better. Honorable Speaker, the losses of the public money, which everybody is crying out, juncture here, it doubts me well. When 3.14.1, losses not fully recovered, written off, it was noted by the audit report, review of the fraud files revealed that nine fraud cases were investigated and reported in the financial statement during the period of review. The monies misappropriated by the officials were not fully recovered, and there was no evidence of active mechanism in place to recover the outstanding balances. In addition, there was no evidence provided to show that all legal actions was instituted against the suspect to recover the outstanding balance. Honorable Speaker, after arresting them, investigating them, I don't know why still now the law is stagnant with these people. They are not arrested. After knowing that the investigation has already concluded and these people have been found wanting, why still now the law cannot take its due course? I don't understand. What is happening in the Gambia? Are we serious about nation building? Do we really serious about what we're talking about here? We have to look into our own self, honorable members. In the morning, I couldn't remember which of the members talk about it. In the morning, this chamber was full. Everybody was so excited with the members themselves. But now, let's count now. We are less than 30 people. The seriousness should start from us. We ourselves should be starting to be seen as the member of this parliament. When people see that we are serious about what we are doing, what we are saying in these chambers, people will respect what they will sit here and listen to us. I don't know whether these institutions, are they ashamed or are they guilty of what is contained in this report? That's why they cannot sit and listen to themselves. Because they are not listening to us, but their own actions in this book. Honorable Speaker, what is happening in this report is very seriously disheartening. I cannot believe it. Gambia is the smallest country in the world one can imagine, but I think this country is the most difficult country to govern. Seriously. If a small nation like a Gambia, people can sit down and embezzle more than billions. If you compare those billions, in this country at least, the government will be able to build a low-income housing for needy people in this country. I can fully remember in 1994-1995, Al-Ghali Commission. There was a very famous institution called here, Asset Management Recovery. I think we need to go back to that. Which institution is founded in this report here, they need to be arrested, but we are not stopping only the arrest, but then their assets also need to be seized and send them to Asset Management Recovery for them to be waiting for their justice. Whoever steals from this government or steals from the country need to pay the heaviest price of it. National Assembly, we have a very big tax in our hand. If the Accountant General has been mandated to act on constitutional mandate being given to them, if they elapse on theirs, we, the oversight functions of the National Assembly, we need to do what is right. I think the responsibility now is going to be shifted from the Accountant General to the National Assembly. Financial Constitution, the Constitution of the Gambia, Section 160, the Auditor General and the members of the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I'm using my device here because I have the Constitution downloaded on it. You are not the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I'm using my device here for the Constitutional Code. $160. Honorable Speaker, I'm on you. Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Huh? Okay. How are you doing? Okay, Financial Act.
I think you were seeking for permission to make reference through your mobile.
Yes, but I need your bless.
Yes, you can go ahead.
All right, thank you. The Auditor General and members of the National Audit Office, authorized by him or her, shall have power to call for inspect all books, records, returns, reports, and other documents in the exercise of their functions. Refer upon him or her by the Constitution or an act of the National Assembly to make sure inquiries and to call such witnesses who, in his or her opinion, have any responsibility. In relation to the account referred to subsection 1(5), wherever discrepancy of criminal or fraudulent natures are discovered during the audit of account by the Auditor General, or he or she shall immediately cause a report of his or her finding to submit to the Inspector General of Police. There is no single institution here who doesn't have to answer to the cost. All of them need to be reported. Not only to be reported, but the necessary action need to be taken. Honorable Speaker, we have to take the country at heart. Gambians are very lenient when it comes to implementations. Since in the morning we all are shouting here, they need to be arrested, they need to be arrested. But guess what? When that also started to be effect in this country, the next minute they will twist on the political scope. They will start it again. And we have to be mindful of our own words here. If we are serious, whatever we speak in these chambers here, we need to make sure that it's implemented. When we speak here, our own laws are here. It's a proclamation on our head. We need to make sure that the implementations get effective. But when you leave these chambers here, you went to your ghettos, showing them that, no, some of these people, they are just trying to target the oppositions. There is no opposition, and we are talking about a national issue. The interest of this country, that's what supersedes of every political position in this country. Whoever involves. So many things has been said since in the morning. But are we ready, as we are saying here? The action speaks louder than word. Ourselves need to be committed to what we are saying here, so that the institution will take us seriously. Honorable Speaker, I would like to shift my next submission to page 19. When you talk about the government, the institutional rent, what government is spending on rent, about 700 billion locally and internationally, that's what we are spending for the rent of the institutions or the ministries in the country and our missions in the foreign lands, which can be easily remedied. By how? We all know that about a couple of weeks ago, there was a presence or a kind of embargo at a Kamalo. This Kamalo can be used for an office institution in the country that will save the government for unnecessary spending on rent, making the parastatal more richer and making the state to be losing and broke. For that matter, Honorable Speaker, I think this should be a cause of a concern. The Kamalo allocation, whoever is involved in it, and whatever the outcome might be, my recommendation to FPAC, I think that Kamalo allocation needs to be revoked. Those plots belong to the state. The state needs to confiscate them to make sure that it gets back to the people of the Gambia. We need them. The parastatal side, they can do better, but the government also can do when it comes to the needy of the Gambian people. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominated Member. I cannot agree more with you already we have noted about 10 of those people who spoke earlier are no more in the hall. We are noting them down. Now call upon the Honorable Member for Opanyumi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, let me first of all thank the FPAC for the detailed report. Detailed and explicit, meticulous from the starting to the final touches. So thank you so much. Let me also seize this opportunity to thank the National Audit Office for highlighting these fraudulent actions of our government officials in their report. We are really grateful. And this shows that the institution is really independent. And we thank the government of the day for creating the enabling environment for officers of that nature to exercise their functions and duties according to the stipulated laws that created them. So we are really grateful. Honorable Speaker, it's really disheartening and sad to see that the actions of these natures are committed by Gambians, our own people, are using the disaster that has occurred in the world and struck Gambia to use it as an opportunity to make money. The time the country and the people need you most to serve them, to rescue them, you are using it as an opportunity to make money for yourself. It's really sad. And we don't think government have to sit on this to look at it like this. We know that the law says that you are proven, you are innocent till you are proven guilty. But like those procedures has to be followed to make sure that whether the individuals we assume that they have committed this crime, whether they are guilty or not. But like you cannot hold your hands together and look, this wasn't like that. That's not telling well. So we are recommending for both the National Assembly and the government to act as soon as possible. Honorable Speaker, it's a joke for government institutions in the country to be renting. That's a joke. We have a lot of dilapidated government buildings around. The amount of money invested into renting can be used to renovate them and house these ministries, departments, and agencies. So I'm suggesting to FPAC to make a recommendation. Starting from January 1st, 2024, let no government institution rent in this country. They will provide houses for them, and they can do it because they have it. They own all the lands in this country, so they can do anything possible. It's a joke. It's just a joke. So some of these things, we have to address them immediately, not to wait for tomorrow or whatsoever. We have to do it now. So that's my suggestion to you. Honorable Speaker, on that note, with these few remarks, I am just, dumbfounded and very unpleasant. The revelations we saw and we hear are very unpleasant. But we have to take the bull by the horn, no matter what. This country belongs to all of us. And thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Opanyumi. I now invite the Honorable Member for Kantora and Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I want to equally join my colleagues to thank the Public Finance Committee for job well done. Equally, I want to recognize the Parliament support staff that accompanied them through the journey. It is not an easy task. Indeed, it is a Herculean task. Honourable Speaker, equally, I want to thank the NAO for cooperation, deeming it fit to come to the aid of Parliament, help them execute their mandate. It is in that vein Parliament was able to bring well-detailed and rich report before this August Assembly. Honourable Speaker, there is a social contract between people in power, government, and our people to uplift and change their livelihood, guarantee safety of the lives and property of the governed. And it is in that spirit they are entrusted them with the resources, with wherewithal, that this August Assembly will only approve those resources, but of course do not sit at the corner to watch, but go around or go after those agreed principles or those agreed resources, whether they are put into best use. Honourable Speaker, it is in that spirit that the FPAC conducted oversight on the executive. Clearly, from Banjul to Basse, it manifests as a country we are at crossroads if we have to go by this trajectory. Crossroad in governance, crossroad in terms of transforming the lives and livelihood of our people we represent. When I look at the audit reports of the councils, knowing fully the reason behind creation of council is for us to be a part in development, giving other regions for them to have certain degree of independence, collect tax and transform the lives of those people. But it is disheartening to see the manner in which they execute governance over them. So as every ministry captured here, we've seen the deficiency, we've seen the ineptitude in terms of executing public resources that are entrusted to them by this August Assembly. Honourable Speaker, I can assure this entire Parliament, the entire nation is bereaved, the Parliament is bereaved, so as the government. There is no government in this world. Every government that comes to power, you have the aspiration and ambition to transform the lives of people you govern. The same ambition and spirit is embedded under the current president's government. However, it is now up to Parliament to put records straight. Parliament must resolve today to serve the head of the government officially with resolutions emanating from these chambers, with clear guidelines, with clear times, asking the executive through their head to execute the recommendation without fear or favor. Of course, constitutional provision, the NAO is mandated to send the report to IGP to do follow-up. I wouldn't really waste the time of these chambers. I'm in agreement with you, but I can assure you this would not be the wish of every government. But of course, we have to learn from our mistakes. This might not be intention, but of course, people need to change their attitudes. When you're entrusted with leadership position, when you're entrusted with the position to change people's life, you have sworn to make sure that you represent them to the best of your ability, and you take oath of office that will guide you in your conscience. So I want the FPAC committee, officially, we, the entire chambers, passing a resolution for the implementation of these particular documents to serve the head of state with it, and also NAO with a clear, time frame that these things are supposed to be, executed. Governance is not on the side of only the executive. The three arms of government constitute government. So we have to help in terms of salvaging this nation, and that is the trajectory we found ourselves in. So the onus lies on us, Parliament. The hope of the poor, the hope of the governed lies in Parliament. When Parliament is compromised, the future is compromised. So therefore, Parliament is about to make history today by making all things right, to put records straight, that people who try to dribble the system, thinking that they are well-known in terms of mathematics or well-known in terms of, beating the system, there is certainly a day Parliament has reached that you will face the consequences. The devil, the bargain of the devil comes with a hefty price, and that's the price ministries, parastatals are paying today. So I implore everybody that took the floor today, it's manifest that everybody has Gambia at heart. The Parliament has really re-echoed that the trust and confidence bestowed in us to represent them here is not swayed, is not been betrayed. And that is why everybody has been disheartened. Both the majority side and the minority side is a cause for concern. Taxpayers' money should not go in vain. It is to be used to transform their lives and their livelihood. So, Honourable Speaker, it is based on those respect. I submit my entire support, pass resolutions here, and also make sure that those resolutions are also implemented. Officially serve the head of state, and I can assure you he's up to the task to make sure that every recommendation here is being implemented. Thank you so much for enjoying it.
Thank you very much, Honourable Majority Leader and Member for Kantora. I now invite the Honourable Member for Nyamina West.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to join my colleagues to say a big thank to the committee responsible. At this juncture, I don't know what happened for me coming last after the majority. And I have been alarming. I have raised my tax earlier before the majority. But all have been said. After the majority have said, he has spoken well. I am only here to join you and say a big thanks to the committee. It's a job well done, and I'm in agreement of all that my colleagues have said here. So that being the case, I rest my case.
Honourable Member, your name came last after the Honourable Member for Kantora.
Table office is responsible. Seni knows what I'm saying.
I never even wanted to put it down because it came in so late that I said to him, he said yes, he said his hand was up. So I think that was, next time you make sure that your tag is noticed.
Sorry.
I now invite the Honourable Nominated Member, Keba Lam Fofana.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And I wouldn't stay long on the floor. Initially, I was asking myself, do you debate on your own report? And I didn't want to. But having listened to the members, I believe there are certain salient points that we definitely need to buttress on so that we can enhance the efficiency of the report. So I will straight away refer the House to page 56. I promise you, Honourable Speaker, I wouldn't do any repetition. Any point that was deliberated on, I wouldn't touch it. We can go straight to page 56. Page 56, point 3.19.2, class of expected output not in the budget estimates. The findings are the Ministry of Finance is required to disclose the expected activities of ministries, departments, and agencies during the preparation of annual budget estimates. Honorable Speaker, I'm highlighting this point based on the notion that the budget we are told should be based on program-based budgeting. But the auditors are highlighting that is not the case. So which means, even though the current report we are having, we have seen gross misappropriation of public funds. But let's ask ourselves, if at all the budget itself was based on activities, it was time-bound, and the auditors were availed with the opportunity to assess those expenditures based on what their output, the magnitude could have been higher than this. So I'm appealing to this House to ensure that program-based budgeting is prioritized so that the auditors will have the opportunity to do performance audit, so that we, the parliamentarians as well, after passing the appropriation bill, we can go back to our various communities, we can go back to our various consequences and say, look, in this line item, the 2 million, which has been what budgeted here, is for a road from point A to point B. Is it there or not? This particular one was intended to buy what? 10 units of furniture for school Y, X, Y, Z. Was it done or not? Was it done? Yes. Was it done during the relevant time or the stipulated time? So this is very, very important. And year in, year out, what we are seeing is an incremental budget. Last year it was 13 billion. This year it will be 14 billion. But what it is supposed to do in actual terms, apart from the personal emoluments, the rest, you don't know. That cannot continue. Even at our home, when we give out, Honorable Speaker, sorry for speaking Wolof, but when we give out the feast money that we call dépense, at the end of the day, we hope to see what? Lunch on the table. If you give out feast money and at the end of the day, you don't find lunch on the table, what do? You complain. But here we are, year in, year out, will be what? Approving budgets. But the purposes of those budgets are not what? Made clear. So budgets should be activity-based and they should be time-bound. The question was asked to the minister, and what he said, that was during the mid-year review. What he said was, it is the responsibility of the ministries, departments, and what? Agencies. So now, during the budget bilaterals, all the committees will meet their what? Sectoral ministries. It becomes the responsibility of the entire House to make sure that when the ministries, departments, and agencies come and start lobbying to either increase their budget, let me not even say increase, they will always lobby for increments on their budgets. Let us make sure as parliamentarians we maintain our stand for them to give us what? Indicators. You need 10 million? Where is this 10 million going? Why should it go there? What do we expect to realize out of it? When are you going to do it? And at the end of the day, what yardstick do I use to really evaluate your performance? Honorable Speaker, the other component I want to talk about will be procurement. There are two things embedded in it, and both leads to one conclusion. One is the compliance issue. If you look at the report, majority of the components, the main reason why the auditors cannot come out with actionable points is the ministries, departments, and agencies will always be flouting the procurement rules. Contracts will start before approval is what? Granted. Contracts will be based on pre-finance, and at the end of the day, you will realize that payment will be done in what? Lump sum. Instead of scheduled dates for what? Payment, or based on what? Certificate of what? Completion, which are all compliance issues. But these compliance issues, when you follow them, they are the ones that will lead to what? Monetary losses. But if you look at the report, many times where compliance issues arise, we find it very difficult to make any tangible recommendations because the auditors will not be in a position to quantify any money to what? Losses. So what I want to say here is, I want to seek the indulgence and the support of this House that while we are going through this report, wherever we find issues of compliance, let us not take it lightly. Even though the monetary equivalence will not be expressed, it's because the auditors do not want to speculate. But as a House, we should ensure that it doesn't happen in the future. And Honorable Speaker, since I promised that I wouldn't repeat anything, so I wouldn't go to page 83 to 89, I will refer the House straight to page 92 before concluding. Let's go to page 92, number 20. That particular one also was not discussed by anyone. Number 20 says, the Ministry of Finance and Justice must review government's engagement with GumWorks by October 2023 to safeguard public interest. Honorable Speaker, this one is very, very important. As a committee, we know that legal opinions were served from the Parliament here and also from the Ministry of Justice, citing Section 175 of the Constitution, which goes to say that, as per Section 175 of the Constitution, GumWorks doesn't qualify to be a public enterprise, and as such, they are exempted from bringing their reports to the Parliament. But, Honorable Speaker, why are we making this recommendation? We know that GumWorks was incorporated in 1993 by the government of the Gambia. And their sole mandate is to make sure that efficiency is derived from all government projects and its partners. Which means GumWorks, as per the virtue of its incorporation, is treading on government goodwill. Goodwill is an intangible asset, and it has a value. Which means there is government stake in GumWorks. I wouldn't like to conclude for this honorable House, but what I am saying here is it should be our noble responsibility to make sure that wherever government has interest in, we protect it. But as it stands now, GumWorks is exempted from presenting its accounts to FPAC. And we also know that they were presenting their accounts up to 2016. One can argue that they were forced by a dictatorial regime. But I'd rather be a dictator to safeguard the public interest than be a democrat and allow private individuals to go with what belongs to the state. And Honorable Speaker, to conclude, I want to cite Section 162 of the Constitution. Section 102 of the Constitution states that additional functions of the National Assembly. With your permission, Honorable Speaker, it says, in addition to the other powers conferred on the National Assembly by this Constitution or any other law, the National Assembly may, Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I want to skip A, B, C, D, and go to E, which is relevant to my submission. E says, advise the President on any matter which lies within his or her responsibility. Honorable Speaker, which means sharing resolutions of the National Assembly with the President. It's a constitutional dictate. I want to say this. When we pass this resolution, as a committee, let us take it to the President. We are not saying he decides for the committee. No. We are committing him with evidence. We are committing him as an equal arm of what? Government to the executive. As a people today, we must transcend beyond political ideologies and know that we have a country to govern. Many a times we'll stand on this floor of this parliament and we'll say, yes, corruption is going on. But can anybody in this parliament, from the 5th legislature up till date, any committee, stand here and say, for once, we fulfill this provision of the Constitution and send our resolutions to the what? Executive. I stand to be challenged with evidence. But we've passed that level. What I want to propose is, this resolution is very, very important, and we cannot allow it to fail. A lot have been said in the morning. Repeating them would not add any value. Now, what we need to do is to work out concrete modalities which gives no room to failure by engaging all partners towards one interest, that should be the full implementation of any resolution that will be derived from this report. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable nominated member, Keba Lam Fofana. Honorable program-based budgeting, FPAC is the lead eye of the National Assembly in any financial matter. So I think you people, to ensure value for money audit, you people must take the lead and ensure that we have that type of budgeting that will be activity-based. I think you people should take the lead. You will always have the support of the National Assembly. As regards GAMWorks also, GAMWorks had been a problem for long. But as you said, I mean, it's either to review, because as per their what do I call it, act, whatever it may be, they seem to dodge coming to face the FPAC. But it's created by Parliament, is created by government. It can be looked into and the recommendations made to see which one is our best interest. You know, it's completely and wholly funded by government, though it has some agreement types with the external donors. So we look at it and you make the necessary recommendations. I'm sure Parliament will always lend their support to you for the good of our people. Honorable members, I think that marks the end of the 30 speakers that took part. I now have the pleasure to call on the mover of the motion to respond to issues and wind up the debate. Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think it has been a long day, and therefore to respond to each and every member point by point will take us another 2 to 3 hours. And I believe I will make general response on thematic issues that were highlighted. Let me in the first place thank each and every one of you for the time that you have taken to be with us and participated in the debate. For those who could not make it, I know in spirit you are with us. Let me commend you as well. And for the institutions who have their representatives here with us up to this point in time, we have to commend them. By that way, let me remind them that this is an extension of the committee proceedings. There is no point in time when we have committee meetings with institutions, they should leave before the finish of business. Why, when we are laying the reports concerning those meetings, they acted otherwise? I think, Honorable Speaker, this should form strongly, I want to remind my colleagues as part of the recommendations, that henceforth, when reports are being laid that concerns institutions, they should stay and wait for the debate to be concluded. It is out of respect to the National Assembly. It is like others, what others say, the report is just for the sake of reporting. Nothing will come out of it. And that's why they've decided so to leave. But I can tell you, we will prove them wrong. We are not making this report for the sake of reporting. If we report on the resolutions that were passed earlier on, you will know that we are not toothless dogs. that can only bark but cannot bite. We'll prove to you that we mean business is going to be business. Honorable Speaker, I think adherence have been mentioned over and over in cases where we had a violation adhering to especially GPPA. And I want to make that a point, not to the honorable member who said that we are not capturing not adherence in the report. Recommendations are never implemented. That was notion generally expressed. Yes, but we have started with our resolutions and we are implementing this, is going to continue. And other committees also are doing the same. Let's prove everybody wrong that it's going to be a total different game. Our recommendations will be implemented. For ECFA resolutions, somebody mentioned that we passed resolutions and they were not implemented, or we have not received any outcome of the implementation. We did state in the report that we are working with the Accountant General and then the Auditor General on the implementation of the resolutions, in particularly on the unretired impress. I can tell you progress has been made as far as the recoveries are concerned. If you allow us December, you'll be very happy with the progress that has been made as far as unretired impress are concerned. In fact, we have not limited ourselves to from 2005 to 2016, but we've gone beyond that up to 2021. I can tell you as at now, very few impress are given to institutions, and they are adequately responding in retiring their impress. Deductions are taking place on those who are found wanting and they are in the payroll. FPAC to report at least twice a year. That is our plan. We intend to do periodic reporting. We were constrained by the workload. That's why 3 attempts were made to do those periodic reportings. We could not. Now it is part of our programs that we should have a periodic reporting and our annual reporting. We could not attain to the periodic one, and it's the annual one. But we can promise you, after this one, we'll go by our periodic reporting, and it's going to be sectorial. When we finish with a particular sector, we'll be reporting before we get our annual report. Somebody mentioned that we should extract the COVID-19 phase or second phase and then merge with the second phase. And it does not make any difference. When we presented the COVID-19 first phase, it was alluded that the resolution on that will await the outcome of the second resolution, and we are going to mark the two. So we are going to have one resolution as far as the COVID-19 response are concerned, both the first phase and then the second phase. On the issue of missing foodstuff, somebody asked whether there can be any stock balance as far as the food supplies are concerned. Well, that is a query. There are supposed to be balances. Now, these balances are not available, and that's why we request for someone to account for those missing foodstuff. The report, we are linear according to some views, that are not very strong. I think if you look at the report holistically, you will find out that there are issues that people are found wanting, and we request that timeline is given, that action be taken. If nothing is done against that time, action will be taken. And there are areas, for example, that has to do with the government accounts. We indicated in our recommendations, if the government accounts is stable, the heads of departments or institutions should be present to assist the Accountant General in responding to queries. In situations of that nature, there are instances where the Accountant General could not provide response to certain audit queries after the audit query report been sent, and the heads of institutions or department are not available. Therefore, what we need to do is to send them for them to do an explanation or provide evidence on those audit queries with a timeline. Failure to do so, then action can be taken. Unlike institutional reports, the heads of departments, the board members are present. When there are queries against a certain entity, they respond to those queries. If auditors are satisfied, then the queries can be cleared. But where these people are not available on government accounts, we have to send to them for explanation on those queries and evidence. If nothing is done, then those queries will still remain stand. On COVID-19, somebody also mentioned that whether there had been villages that should have received and did not receive, or beneficiaries and then did not receive. Yes, what we indicated in the report is that there were villages in, I think, Upper Salem, that did not receive any food supply, but it was not mentioned that they were beneficiaries. There were villages that did not receive the food supply. And it is very interesting to note that in that particular region, there were remaining food stock when there were villages that did not receive. How that came about is a question one has to ask. And that's why we call for those balance of food stock at the governor's office to be accounted for. Sanctions should be taken to all those who are found wanting. Yes, that's part of the recommendation. And that the funds that are missing should be refunded, or the funds that are unretired, the retired interest should also be recovered. I think the committee is in the process of that, as I said earlier on. The missing vouchers. Yes, when vouchers are missing, we give them the opportunity to make available those missing vouchers. Otherwise, the vote controllers and the timeline that is given, we say 72 hours. Somebody sent whether within that 72 hours, those missing vouchers will be made available. That is what we believe. If they are not produced within the 72 hours, we can find the vote controllers wanting. The list of total misappropriation or mismanagement of funds, I think 2 honorable members talk about that, Combo, South, and then Woodley East. That will be a very difficult task, but we try to work towards and see whether we can attend to that, to get the comprehensive list of the total fund that has been mismanaged or misappropriated. I think binary report, somebody mentioned, that is noted, and then a quarterly report or a quarterly report as well. Those are points that were raised by other members before, and precisely my attention has been drawn to Brikama Area Council. I think we make certain recommendations on Brikama Area Councils on areas that they are found wanting as far as the audit queries are concerned. And we ask the auditors to ensure that the accounts, that is both the closing and then the opening balances where we have discrepancies for the coming audit report, so that that can be regularized. And then where the committee heard from Brikama Area Council that their new complex building was not satisfactory.
Sorry, observation. Can I observe?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think you are on track. The only observation I want to make on that is a general problem, a general finding across all councils. So the recommendation to the auditors is to make those reconciliations for all councils across the board. Thank you, Honorable Chair. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. And as he said earlier on, we mentioned it in Brikama Area Council, but again, generally, on all council, it also came up as an issue. Then it was also a general recommendation on all council. Then Basse Area Council, this is a council where we could not have the interface with due to the absence of the chairperson of the council. I request that the council should provide a report for the consideration of the committee. I think NDMA, we have been mentioning on MDMA, on issues that is regarding the food stock that was not supplied, and we believe were in stock. And we found the executive director wanting to be accountable as far as those remaining food stock are concerned. Honorable members, before I conclude, I have taken note of the concerns of members on resolutions. All the talking points that you have raised, our team have jotted, and we want to make this recommendation to give us up to Thursday. We'll be working on the resolution to be presented and for your consideration and adoption. And this will be the added recommendation to point number 22 now to 23. FPAC to prepare and submit comprehensive resolution on the report for presentation to the plenary for its consideration and adoption on or before Thursday, 14 September 2023. Already we've started, but we need time to comprehensively complete that work so that we have comprehensive resolution attached to this report. As somebody mentioned for the first time, not only to be sent to institutions, but to the President of the Republic, for diligence to be taken so that those who thought that this report is just for the sake of reporting, we will prove you wrong. And I want the President of the Republic to listen to me very carefully. I took note of those who were trying to compare the former regime and the present regime regarding the government stance on FPAC report. And I hope and pray that it's going to be the same approach as far as the FPAC report is concerned. FPAC is the National Assembly. Without FPAC, let's pack our books and then go. And I believe due diligence will be given to this report, not only by institutions, but the President of the Republic, to whom we will submit this report. On that note, honorable colleagues, I want to seize this opportunity to thank you all for the participation and the time that you have taken. To the Honorable Speaker, the whole day you are sitting, guiding us to present this report. I can say this will go down to the history of this August Assembly. I am not saying that we have never presented a report of this nature, but we can boast and be proud of this report that the 6th legislature has presented. On that note, I thank you all.
May I observe you, please? May I observe you, please? Yeah. Honorable, I think in your submission you...
Hey. Problem? Huh?
No,
Is he the one talking?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable Member. Yes.
I think formally I need to pass a motion for this additional point to be added to the recommendation. I want to pass a motion to amend the report for adding this particular, the 23rd recommendation to the report. With your permission, Honorable Speaker. With amendment. No, but I have to pass it first.
Okay, mover of the motion. May we hear members? They were, yes, Woolley East, and then...
Dawson.
You know, we just saying that if we adopt the report with amendment, that should suffice.
I've not heard you.
I'm saying if we adopt the report with amendments, that should suffice.
Member for Upper Salum.
Yeah, it's on the same lines. If we adopt it with amendments, either or is okay. Because the only amendment we are aware of, that's what he said on number 20.
Member for Lower Salum.
Yeah, actually, Honorable Speaker, on his submissions, he mentioned that all of them left. I've just tried to put him, Brigama is here, MDM is here, and Bassi. They are around.
Okay, Honorable Member, I think what you will note, there were a lot of things mentioned by honorable members that should beef up your report. And I'm sure you have captured most of them, including the one you want to propose. So I think we just adopt it with the amendments, and then you capture it all. Would that do for you, honorable member?
That's okay.
That's okay. Here? Yeah, Kiang West.
Wouldn't it be important to, because all the amendments were said during debate, and he has also proposed one, but the one he wanted to point out, we didn't know what is that amendment.
No, so, we know it. We know it, and we want him to include it and all other ones for the good of everybody.
For me, I don't know.
So with the amendments, even if they have new thoughts that would beef it up and give it the necessary weight, we will not mind it.
Member for Foni Binta. Yes. Honorable Speaker, I want to beg from your office to at least thank these people that have tirelessly stayed here with us, the few of them, please.
Honorable minority, I think that's okay with you. Okay. Honorable members, I think we must, let me just put the question and then I come to thank. Honorable members, I now put the question that this Honorable Assembly be resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee on the 2019 audited accounts of government Auditor General's report on COVID-19 response, Phase 2, annual activity reports, and audited financial statements of public agencies, institutions, area and municipal councils, as amended. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I must be honest and thank the members of FPAC for a job well done. You have done a brilliant job and is ably tabled by the chairman. And the honorable members did justice to the report. The good side of it is all honorable members spoke one language, which is a signal to Gambians. Everybody spoke one language, whether this or that side, meaning Gambia first, and the Gambians who sent us here, their wish be done. That's what we all talked about. And as you rightly said, Parliament can always ensure that their recommendations are carried out. It's an institution that's only answerable and accountable to the people. And it's an institution that all other institutions are answerable and accountable to. Either collectively or individually, they can be called on and they will answer. So I think it's a job well done. I hope, and what I will advise honorable member is, you've heard all opinions. And then I'm sure all what we want is well-framed resolutions and good recommendations that we will be more than pleased to adopt and see that it is done. Honorable members, let's be sure also that we don't allow recurrent issues coming. There were recommendations over the period on simple issues, administrative issues, accounting issues, simple ones. And year in, year out, the same things will happen. Those things should not be tolerated. And I think we will do justice, hopefully, that when your resolutions are ready, it will be carried out. I also want to thank members from the various area councils. I think it's Brikama, Basse, and where? Pardon? NDMA. Yeah, I want to thank you on behalf of both sides of Parliament. They've recognized you, and you've been here throughout. And we recognize that, and we applaud you for that. We definitely are not happy with those who showed their faces only to go away before we finalized. But nonetheless, that will not prevent us from carrying out with our job. So thank you very much. And I want to thank the clerk and his staff. We have a competent core of Assembly service members who can always guide us through. Honorable members, I now put the question. Be resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Tuesday, 12 September 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The Assembly now stand adjourned until Tuesday, 12 September 2023 at 10 a.m. prompt. Usually, the last statement carries the time.
Islamic microfinance is becoming an increasingly popular mechanism for poverty alleviation, especially for developing countries around the world. This microfinance service adheres to the principles of Islam as a form of social responsibility. Yona Islamic Microfinance is the Islamic microfinance of choice in the Gambia, trustworthy and reliable. At Yona Islamic Microfinance, we provide savings products, current accounts, financing products in conformity with Islam. In addition, Yona Islamic Microfinance also offers local and international remittances, Takaful Fund, management,